everyone. I am now calling the October 18th, 2021 zoning meeting of the Charlotte City Council to order. I want to say thank you to everyone that made it possible for us to open our building for our meetings, and glad to see those that will attend tonight. And thank you for hanging in there through all of the things that we've had to do to adjust. And continuing our adjustment on things, tonight's meeting is being held as a virtual meeting in accordance with the electronic meeting statutes, and all the requirements of that statute have been met. We welcome those that are joining us on the government channel, the city's Facebook page, as well as the city's YouTube page. And first, I'd like to have introductions of the folks that are here at the dais with us this afternoon. And then I'll go through, then we'll have our invocation by Ms. Ajmira, and we'll have a Pledge of Allegiance tonight as well. And we will do that, and then we'll talk a little bit about what's next on the schedule. So with that, could we begin introductions with our city clerk?
Stephanie Kelly, city clerk.
Good evening, Matt Newton, District 5.
Braxton Winston, at large.
Good evening, Renee Johnson, District 4.
Greg Phipps, at large.
Taiwo Jaba, Planning Director.
Bai Lau, serving as mayor.
Happy Monday. Julie Eisel, serving as Mayor Pro Tem and at large.
Larkin Eggleston, District 1.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Back in the chamber, Ed Driggs, District 7.
Terry Hagler-Gray, Senior Assistant City Attorney.
And now we'll have the introductions by those that are joining us virtually, starting with our at-large member.
Dimple Ajmira, at-large member.
Is there anyone else that's virtual? Thank you very much, Ms. Ajmira. Tonight we begin our meeting with an invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation is intended to solemnize the proceedings of the City Council. We know that there is a lot of diversity in faith in our community, including those that do not practice a faith. Tonight we're going to ask Councilmember Ajmira to provide our invocation. Following that invocation, we will all stand and for Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Ms. Ajmira?
Madam Mayor, God, may your grace cover each aspect of this meeting. We pray that all voices will be heard. May this be a safe space for people to express their opinions. May everyone be engaged and involved, and may all concerns be addressed. May each participant of this meeting feel valued, and may we each recognize the skill set and knowledge that each person brings to the table. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. We'll stand for our Pledge of Allegiance. I would like to ask Councilmember Eggleston to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Councilmember Bakari will join us momentarily. And I wanted to go through the schedule. We have got a very organized meeting today. Today we are starting a little bit late. Our intent was to start at 3:30 with the zoning decisions that have been recommended, and I'll go through that process. We will stop at 4:30 and have a break, and then at 5 p.m. we'll begin our zoning hearings or decisions, depending on how far we've gotten. And we will do at 6 o'clock have a public hearing on the council's options for redistricting as a result of the change in the census and our population. After that hearing, we'll return to the zoning meeting, and we will work until we have a process until about 10 o'clock. And the council has agreed to go as far as 10:30 today, just because of the number of items we have on the agenda. But we will, at 10, do a check-in and go for 30 minutes following that. So I need to go through an explanation of our zoning processes, and I'll try to do that quickly. Our process begins with applications submitted to the staff for review. There are two types of items on our agenda tonight, the decisions and the hearings. The decisions are where the cases have been heard and from the public, and the zoning committee has met on those items, and we will have no further comment. On our hearings, anyone wishing to speak should see the clerk before the meeting if they haven't signed up to speak virtually. There's a staff presentation that has no time limit. The petitioner and those in favor get 3 minutes to present a case unless their opponent signed up to speak. If there's or staff opposes the petition, then the petitioner gets 10 minutes, the opponent gets 10 minutes, and the petitioner gets a 2-minute rebuttal. If no one is opposed or signed up to speak, the staff will give us short presentations. Our public hearings are closed, and then the next public hearing moves forward, and we will have the petitions after our public hearings goes to Kiba Samuels. And so we'll do that, and we'll ask her to introduce the zoning committee team.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council and public. I am Kiba Samuel, Chair of the Zoning Committee and Chair of the Planning Commission, and I am with you tonight during the zoning hearings portion of the meeting. The Zoning Committee will meet on Tuesday, November 2nd at 5:30 p.m. to deliberate and finalize recommendations on the petitions being heard tonight. That 5:30 p.m. meeting on Tuesday, November 2nd is not a continuation of today's public hearing. There will be no opportunity for public input unless and until a commissioner has a question or comment that is directly addressed by a member of the public. Joining us tonight via the City of Charlotte's YouTube page or Facebook page are my fellow commissioners John Hamm, Andrew Blumenthal, Astrid Chirinos, Courtney Rhodes, Douglas Welton, and Sam Spencer. Again, my name is Kiba Samuel, serving you as Chair of the Zoning Committee, and I will be with you throughout the entirety of this evening should you have any questions or comments for me. Thank you.
And if the zoning committee has any questions, we will get those questions through the digital methodology for that. I now would like to make a motion for those items that have been deferred or withdrawn in agreement with the staff prior to this meeting starting. We have one withdrawal, and that is for item 5, petition 2021-022 by OMS Dilworth and so that petition is being withdrawn. All of the remaining petitions will be deferred until November 15th, all of these petitions, so I will go through them quickly. Item number 4, petition 2019-179 by Maman Rajiv Park Mino LLC. Children's petition number 9, item number 9, 2021-062, Childress Klein Properties and Dominion Realty Partners. Item 22, this 2021-138, the City of Charlotte. Item 23, petition 2021-014, Whitestone Holdings. Item 24, 2021-019, Fifth Third Bank. Item 25, 2021-092, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Hospital Authority. Do I have a motion for those deferrals and the withdrawal?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Eggleston and Mr. Driggs made our motion and second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, I'll begin. What we have is a roll call vote, but we'll just go and see how this works. Councilmember Graham?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watling has just joined us yet. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
That motion passes. All right, the next item that we have are, we will have item number 6, item number 7, and item number 22 do have changes recommended after the zoning committee, and we'll come with that. So I believe we begin with item number 6. Rezoning petition 2020-144 by Hopper Communities for approximately 1.2 acres on East 16th Street in District 1. The current zoning is light industrial, residential, multifamily residential. The proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. I'll ask Mr. Patton to describe the changes that were made since the zoning committee's discussion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One change to this, a conditional note was added that states a certificate of occupancy for the building that would contain the 2 affordable dwelling units in the project would be issued prior to the issuance of the certificate of occupancy for the 19th townhome unit that's constructed on the site. So they would build 19 townhomes, and then at that point, the affordable dwelling unit would need to be issued a certificate of occupancy before some of those others move forward. So that change, staff believes, is minor and does not warrant any additional review by the zoning committee.
Motion to not send back.
Second.
We have a motion and a second not to send that petition back. And so any discussion on that motion? Hearing no discussion on the motion, then we'll go ahead and proceed with our vote. Oops, sorry about that. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Now we'll go to the actual item.
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second.
We have a motion to adopt and approve and accept the statement of consistency as our own. And so with that, is there any discussion on this one? Hearing no discussion, then we'll go ahead and have the roll call vote. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
That item is now approved. The next item is item number 7, petition 2021-044 by Tribeca Properties for approximately 2 acres on the east side of South King in District 1. Its current zoning is general business and mixed-use development conditional. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development optional with 5-year vested rights. The zoning committee recommends, as well as the staff, approval of this petition. And however, there are some changes to the statement of since the zoning committee's meeting, and I'll have Mr. Patton go through that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-044 did have changes, as mentioned. There are quite a few that are all related to transportation items and pedestrian-related items. One was a conditional note that adds leading pedestrian interval plus consisting of blank out signs and additional signal head for the northbound Charlottetown approach at East 3rd and Charlottetown. So the pedestrian interval signal would be added to that location. Conditional note replaces the 5-section doghouse left turn signal for northbound South King Drive and East 4th Street with a left turn flashing yellow arrow signal, and that would also install accessible pedestrian signal improvements and ramp improvements for all approaches at East 4th Street and South Kings Drive. Also added a conditional note that says, subject to the approval of Duke Energy and any other applicable utility providers and CDOT and any other applicable agencies, the petitioner shall upgrade the existing street lighting to LED bulbs on both sides of East 3rd, East 4th, and 7th Street between I-277 and Charlottetown. That would be a total of 70 street lights. Also added a conditional note that states the petitioner shall enter into a signal agreement with CDOT during the permitting process. Pursuant to that agreement, petitioner may pay the cost of any such signal modification or upgrade to CDOT, and CDOT shall implement the signal modifications or upgrades. Finally, the last note is a revision to the affordable housing component. That note used to read that they would restrict multifamily units at 5%. At monthly rents that were 80%. That has since even been changed as recently as today to 60% or less of the area median income. So again, we'd be doing 5% of the units at 60% of AMI for a period of not less than 15 years. I know there was a lot in terms of the pedestrian and infrastructure items. We do have representatives from CDOT here if you do have questions on those. But again, staff believes these are minor changes. They don't really change the outcome of the overall project. They just enhance the transportation network in and around the project, and we don't believe they need to be reviewed by a zoning committee.
Motion to not send back.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Eggleston, second by Mr. Newton. Is there any discussion on the request that we do not send it back to the zoning committee? Hearing no discussion, we'll have our vote now. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira? Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari? Mr. Bakari has not joined us yet. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, that passes. And so we have the agenda item. Now, for the property, is there a
Motion
motion
to adopt and approve?
Second.
adopt and accept the statement of consistency? Any discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Eggleston?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As Dave stated, there were concerns in the community around traffic, pedestrian safety, things of that nature. A lot of changes have been made in that regard. But I did want to highlight as well that in this petition and the previous one by Hopper Communities, we have developers that are coming forward and doing affordable units voluntarily at the request of the communities, which I think is laudable. And in this case, we've got someone saying that 5% of any units that might be built as part of this project would be available at 60% AMI, which we very rarely see in situations where it's just a voluntary set aside. So kudos to Tribeca Properties and to Hopper Communities, both. And thank you to the Belmont and the Cherry communities, respectively, for being advocates, being YIMBYs, and advocating for more affordability in their community. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Eggleston. Any other comments or discussions? All right, Mr. Phipps, followed by Mr.
Winston.
Mr. Winston, followed by Mr. Phipps.
Yeah, so, no, I appreciate the job that the petitioner has done, both on the willingness to potentially include affordable housing should this go up and be a residential building, and as well as the pedestrian infrastructure improvements. I think, again, I still, while the situation has improved, I'm still very concerned that we are kind of building into permanence the situation on East 4th Street and the collector streets. A couple of colleagues and I were just talking about the way streets have been built and engineered and the relative safety of them. The improvements are not going, that this developer is going to make, is not going to necessarily make these, lessen the accidents that occur here. That won't happen until we decide to engineer this street differently. And it's just not feasible to hold this developer accountable to that. That's something that we in the state of North Carolina have to be intentional to fix. And until that we do that, it will continue to be a very dangerous intersection. Hopefully we can get there.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. Mr. Phipps?
Yeah, I'd just like to echo the comments of my colleagues. I was very appreciative of the petitioner taking another look at this petition after some of the comments that were made at the public hearing. And I think they did that and taken on a lot of the transportation issues and improvements for pedestrian safety and vehicular traffic flow and safety, and also the affordable housing component. So I really do appreciate the effort that was made to enhance this petition to where it is now. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Is the council ready to vote on this item now? Hearing that, Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, the next item is item number 8, petition 2021-061 by Sunny Investments for approximately 3 acres located on the east side of Prosperity Church Road. The current zoning is, it's in District 4. The current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. The staff and the zoning committee recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to accept the zoning committee's recommendation and statement of consistency?
So moved. So moved.
All right, we'll have the district person say,
Sorry about that.
and second with the mayor pro tem. Is there any discussion on this item? Hearing no discussion, Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right. The next item is item number 9, which was deferred, so we'll go right to item number 10. Rezoning petition 2021-070 by the City of Charlotte, our aviation area, for approximately 44 acres located north of McAlpine Drive. It's in District 3. The current zoning is single-family residential with an airport noise overlay. The proposed zoning is general industrial with the same overlay. The zoning committee voted 4-2 to recommend approval. The staff recommends approval. Is there a motion to adopt this, the recommendation of the zoning committee as statement of consistency and approve this petition?
Motion to adopt and accept.
All right, is there a second? All right, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you very much. So is there any discussion on this item? Mr.
I'll just
Eggleston?
note that I did confirm with Councilmember Watlington, who is en route to join us, but that with the deferral from the previous item, she said all of the rest of hers were squared away. So I'm making the motion, but with her blessing on all the District 3 ones.
All right. Any other discussion? All right, hearing no further discussion, item number 10, approval, Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Next item is item number 11, petition 2021-072 by NR Properties, approximately 3 acres located on the northwest intersection of South Tryon and Trade Park. It's in District 3. The current zoning is light industrial. The proposed zoning is transit-oriented development community center. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Is there a motion to accept the statement of consistency and approve this petition?
Motion to accept and approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this petition? Hearing no discussion, Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, item number 12 is rezoning petition 2021-073 by Period Design Concepts for approximately a half acre located south of Rozzles Ferry Road. It's in District 2. The current zoning is neighborhood business pedestrian overlay. The proposed zoning is transit-oriented development community center pedestrian overlay. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to accept the zoning committee's statement of consistency and adopt this petition?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Graham, followed by Mr. Newton. For the second, is there any discussion of this item? Hearing no discussion, Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right. The next item is item 13, petition 2021-074 by Ardent Acquisitions for approximately 10.5 acres located on the west side of South Boulevard. It's in District 3. The current zoning is general business, and the proposed zoning is transit-oriented development neighborhood center. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt the statement of consistency and approve this petition?
So moved.
Mr. Eggleston?
Second.
All right, Mr. Newton made the second, and with that, is there any discussion on the petition? Hearing no discussion, Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Thank you very much. The next item is item 14, petition 2021-076 by White Point Partners for approximately 5.7 acres located at the southeastern intersection of South Tryon and East Peterson. It is in District 3. The current zoning is general industrial, transit supportive optional, and single family. The proposed zoning is transit-oriented development for a neighborhood center. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. I have a motion to accept the statement of consistency and approve this petition.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Eggleston, followed by Mr. Driggs. Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll begin our roll call vote. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Thank you very much. That is item 14. The next item is item 15, petition 2027 by Lucerne Capital Partners for approximately 3 acres at the intersection of Research Drive and West W.T. Harris. It's in District 4. The current zoning is this neighborhood business conditional. The proposed zoning is research conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to accept the statement of consistency and approve this petition?
So moved.
Second.
All right, thank you. Ms. Johnson and Mr. Driggs, is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Ms. Watling is not joined us as of yet. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right. The next item is item 16, rezoning petition 2021-078 by MI Homes of Charlotte for approximately 14.6 acres located on the south side of Ridge Road. It's in District 4. The current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is multifamily residential conditional, and the zoning committee and the staff support this petition. Do I have a motion to accept the statement of consistency and approve this petition?
So moved.
Second.
All right, Ms. Johnson, and followed by Mr. Newton. Is there any discussion on the petition? Hearing no discussion, Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Item number 17, petition 2021-080 by Apollo Holding Company, approximately 1.6 acres at the east corner of the intersection of West Tyvola Road and the Potomac River Parkway. We could move to D.C. today and have that one. And it is in District 3. The current zoning is mixed-use development district optional. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development optional with a site plan amendment. The zoning committee voted 5-1 to recommend approval, and the staff recommends approval as well. Do I have a motion to adopt the statement of consistency and approve this petition?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Eggleston and Mr. Driggs. Thank you, Mr. Driggs. All right, is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
No.
All right. Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right. Item number 18, petition 2021-081 by Taylor Morrison for approximately 15.9 acres located in the southeast and west quadrants of West Mallet Creek Church Road. It's in District 4, and the current zoning is research optional. The proposed zoning is neighborhood services. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt the statement of consistency and approve this petition?
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Johnson, Mr. Driggs, thank you. Is there any discussion?
Yes,
Ms.
Madam Mayor.
Johnson? I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say that I appreciate and applaud this developer. Last month, if you all recall, I expressed some concerns regarding the schools and the impact on the schools and the community of all of this development. And this developer listened. As a matter of fact, someone on the development team, one of their children went to one of the schools that were affected, so they understood. So I just want to applaud this developer for thinking broadly and outside of the box and being willing to invest and look at our community and figure out ways where they can do more than just build, but they can actually invest in the community. So I am looking forward to this development. This is the type of collaborative spirit that raises the bar for our city. And to my colleagues, this is the type of developer that we all should be happy to work with. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So during the hearing, I had talked about how university doesn't have parks. And I know that university city partners have been advocating for open space and green space. And I had asked for more green space to be incorporated into this development. And then Darlene Heater from University City Partners had reached out and shared with me the plan that University City Partners is working on, which is to create 2 park spaces. One is the linear park and one is the 5-acre park. And that is all being done by University City Partners resources. So I strongly appreciate their advocacy. And both of this park space that they are creating with their own resources, that will be within a mile of this development. So with that, I don't think we need to double up on our green space here. Obviously, that would always be nice to have more green space, but with that vision, I will be supporting this effort, and I certainly appreciate Darlene's efforts here and with what they are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. It's always good to hear good things about our partners that work with us to help us develop appropriately. So with that, is there any other comment? Hearing no further comment. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right. The next item is item number 19, petition 2021-086 by JAG Development Company, I guess JAG Development Company, for approximately 4.5 acres located on the west side of Carmel Road. It's in District 6. The current zoning is mixed-use development optional. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development optional site plan amendment. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt the statement of consistency and approve this petition?
Move to adopt and approve.
Second.
We have Mr. Bakari followed by Mr. Driggs on the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll proceed with our vote. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Thank you. The next item is item number 20. It is petition 2021-137 by the City of Charlotte for approximately 1.7 acres located near the northeast intersection of University City Boulevard and North Tryon Street. It's in District 4. The current zoning is general business. The proposed zoning is transit-oriented development, neighborhood center. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt the statement of consistency and approve this petition?
So moved.
Second.
All right, Ms. Johnson, followed by Mr. Newton. Is there any discussion on the petition? All right, we have Ms. Johnson, followed by Mr. Phipps.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Mr. Pettine if you can give just a brief overview for my colleagues about this petition, please. Maybe not a brief overview, but if you can just give some details about the aspects of the city and the donation of land and affordable housing aspect.
I do think we have Donatas Miles Vaughn on the call with us.
Yes, I am.
Okay. I'd like to send that over to Miles. He can work
Okay.
through that with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. And good afternoon, Madam Mayor, fellow council members as well, Dave. What Dave is referencing is, you may all recall the fact that one of the strategic approaches that the city has taken with regard to promoting the development and preservation of affordable housing is that of leveraging our own assets, leveraging our own land in that same goal there. So what we've done here is we've identified a site that we think is suitable for the development of affordable housing, located within the transit corridor so that it would provide immediate access to the station that's in the close vicinity along those lines, and also enable the once selected to develop something of the scope and magnitude that will be suitable for that particular area there. So Again, we're putting our resources to use with regard to preserving and creating affordable housing. And that's one of the initiatives that's the goal of this particular petition.
Okay, thank you very much. And then, Mr. Patton, there was some discussion regarding sidewalks in the area to improve the connectivity. Can you give me an update on that?
Yeah, so there is an 8-foot planting strip and 12-foot multi-use path along University City Boulevard. That would be part of the project along their frontage. That's part of the TOD zoning district requirement that they're looking for. But then there's also coordination between CDOT and Housing and Neighborhood Services are continuing to coordinate to ensure that that off-site sidewalk gap, I think, that we talked about earlier this afternoon, particularly with Councilmember Phipps as well, to North Tryon Street is completed in partnership with the future developer of the site. So along the frontage, like I said, there would be an 8-foot planting strip, 12-foot multi-use path. The goal would then be to complete that gap down to North Tryon between that partnership with CDOT and Housing and Neighborhood Services and the future developer of the property.
Thank you.
All right. There was someone else that, Mr. Phipps.
No further comment? No further comment.
Okay, thank you. All right, there's no further discussion. So on item number 20, Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
The next item on our agenda is item number 21, and I failed to recognize Mr. Driggs at the earlier portion of the meeting to ask for a motion. Mr. Driggs, on item number 21.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd recommended that we postpone action on item 21 until next month to give me an opportunity to engage with nearby residents because there was no community meeting for this. They're unaware, and I would just like to have the opportunity to explain what we're doing there before we actually take the action. So I'm requesting a 1-month deferral.
Mr. Driggs asked for that earlier, and I failed to include it on the deferral list. So is there any discussion regarding the request? And I guess we need a motion for Mr. Driggs. Mr. Driggs, is that a motion to defer until November the 15th?
I think we actually did defer it already.
We did defer it,
Yeah,
sorry.
action we took,
I'm
Mayor.
sorry.
Yeah.
I
Thank you.
asked the planning director and assistant city manager if it was us, and he told me no, and so I was just following his instructions. I want
think
you to
it's
know
done.
that
I saw
now.
it on the list of deferrals.
We'll do
so-
it double, twice,
Yeah.
twice in a night, I guess. All right, so 21 is deferred until November. The next item is item 22, petition 2021-182 by Birdco for approximately 2/10 of an acre with the frontages along Downs Avenue and Shamrock Drive in District 1. The current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval. However, there were changes made on this petition following the zoning committee's recommendation. So I'm going to ask Mr. Patton to describe those and then have a motion.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. There was one conditional note added, and that was for allowing context-sensitive design, which is in the UR zoning district. Essentially, that allows the remaining street, or the streetscape that's already on Downs Drive, which is sidewalk and planting strip, to be maintained and stay in place. And then there's also a reservation of right-of-way along Shamrock Drive, and that would accommodate a future city-sponsored streetscape project. So essentially just keeps things, in their current state, and then allows that flexibility for that sponsored streetscape project to occur on Shamrock. So staff believes it's a minor change and doesn't warrant any additional review by the zoning committee. Thank you.
Motion to not send back?
Second.
We have a motion and a second not to send back the petition. So is there any discussion on this? Hearing no discussion, so will Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
And so with that, now we will move to approval of the petition. Is there a motion to accept the zoning committee statement of consistency and adopt the petition?
So moved.
Or approve the petition?
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Mr. Eggleston, followed by Mr. Newton. Is there any discussion of the motion? Item 22. Hearing no discussion, Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
And I believe that brings us to the end of our decisions for this meeting. Let's see if I can miss the time, if I can see it. It says 4:20. We will recess this meeting until 5 o'clock, when we will join with the zoning hearing, begin our zoning hearings. At 6, as a reminder, we will be holding the public hearing on the council redistricting of our geography, and we'll be a hearing on that for the public, and we will then go and proceed again with our zoning agendas, our zoning hearings. So with that, do I need a motion to recess? I'm calling a recess until 5 o'clock. Thank you, everyone. I call the City Council October 18th Zoning Committee meeting to order following a brief recess. Again, I want to remind everyone that we will hold these hearings from 5 until 6, when we will start the public hearing on redistricting. And I also wanted to be able to say that we have, I believe, 14 or 15 speakers signed up, Madam Clerk? 14, and each speaker will have 3 minutes, and a reminder to all of us that we're here to listen and not reply. The district committee will, the ad hoc committee will take this information in, and anything that we need to do to adjust or reply to, they'll work with the consultant and the city attorney to get that work done and the follow-up made. So with that, we're going to start with our first zoning hearing. I think everybody has a list of those people signed up to speak for the zoning hearing. Let me make sure that I've got that as well. Sometimes I feel like all I've got is paper. And here are our speakers. All right, so let's begin. 23 was deferred, 24 was deferred, and then we'll start with and 25 was deferred, and we'll start with item 26. This rezoning petition is 2020-112 by BRI 1882 Innovation Park Development. The location is 57 acres on the east side of IBM Drive. It's in District 4. The current zoning is research. The proposed zoning is research optional with 5-year vested rights. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and we will begin, because we have no opposition signed up, we will begin with a staff presentation, and then I believe Mr. Carmichael will lead the petitioners for any conversation that they may choose to have or comments that they choose to make. And then we'll open it up for council. So, Mr. Patton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-112, as mentioned, 57 acres. It's in the area of IBM Drive and west of Interstate I-85. The current property, or the current zoning of the property, is RE2. The proposed zoning is RE3 with some optional provisions and that 5-year vested rights as mentioned. Future land use from the University Research Park Area Plan does call for office, retail, and residential uses up to 22 dwelling units per acre. This proposal does have provisions to allow up to 660,000 square feet of gross floor area for non-residential uses. 30,000 square feet max out of those 660,000 square feet would be devoted to retail, personal services, and EDEE uses. Does allow up to 575 multifamily dwellings. Also, there are conversion rights that allow some of those square footages of non-retail to be converted to multifamily dwelling units at a rate of 1 unit per 1,000 square feet. Inversely, it does allow the multifamily dwelling units to be developed, reducing the amount of non-residential gross floor area at the rate of 1,000 square feet per additional multifamily residential. So you can kind of go up or down a little bit based on those conversion rights between multifamily and non-residential uses. We do have architectural details that allow an optional request which relate to circulation and maneuvering, as well as our encroachment of architectural elements into the setback. A lot of those are intended also to deal with some of the existing conditions, and as that site gets redeveloped, be able to adapt to building locations and parking locations as that site transitions over time. As mentioned, staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and the environment. It is consistent with that University Research Park area plan, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the presentation by the petitioners team. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll start with Mr. Carmichael speaking for the petitioner. Mr. Carmichael?
Thank you, Madam. Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we're fine. We can hear you just well, very well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council and the zoning committee. My name is John Carmichael, and I represent the petitioner. With me tonight are Mark Bellant of the petitioner, Sean Tooley of Land Design, and Michael Wickline of the Design Resource Group. Next slide, please. The site, as Mr. Patton said, contains about 57 acres located on IBM Drive, south of West W. Terry Harris Boulevard. Next slide. The site is highlighted there, and you can see the Wells Fargo facility is immediately to the north of the site. Next slide. This is a zoomed-in aerial. The site is outlined in green. Innovation Park, the buildings are immediately to the east of the site. The site, once again, is a portion of the Innovation Park development. Next slide. The site is currently zoned RE2, which is a research zoning district, and there's research zoning around the site, except to the south of the site, there's multifamily zoning. Next slide. Once again, it's part of Innovation Park. Innovation Park is the former IBM campus, and the IBM campus has been repurposed into a premier 12-building Class A office campus with a very strong tenant base and amenities for the tenants. Next slide. And these are pictures of some of the existing office buildings at Innovation Park. Next slide. As Mr. Patton stated, the request is to rezone the site to RE3 optional, and the purpose is to accommodate the redevelopment of a 57-acre portion of Innovation Park that's currently a surface parking lot. The purpose of converting such portion of Innovation Park into a multi-use development that would contain office, multifamily, retail, and residential uses. Next slide. The subject to conversion rights would be a maximum of 660,000 square feet of non-residential uses, which a maximum of 30,000 could be devoted to retail, personal service, and restaurant uses, and 575 multifamily dwelling units. Next slide. This request is consistent with the University Research Park Area Plan. Next slide. This shows the rezoning site in relationship to the existing buildings at Innovation Park. Innovation Park, once again, so the buildings are to the east. Next slide. The rezoning plan would allow a more urban form with a greater mixture of uses. Buildings would front internal streets. Architectural standards are part of the plan. Petitioner would build a new public street to the northern portion of the site that would connect to IBM Drive to the east of the site. 8-foot planning strip, 12-foot multi-use path would be installed along the site's frontage on IBM Drive. Petitioner would dedicate the swim bumper to the county for greenway purposes. We appreciate the staff's recommendation of approval. We'll resolve the outstanding issues this week. We're pleased to report that University City Partners is in support of this rezoning petition. We're happy to answer your questions, and we certainly appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe that the other speakers are not going to speak, Mr. Carmichael?
No, ma'am, they're here in case you had a question.
All right. Are there any questions regarding this petition? Mr. Winston?
Yes, I have a question for the petitioner. More about a philosophy question, I think. Excuse me. Our community is having different conversations around how to dispense growth strategies all across our city. One of the topics that we're considering or debating is parking and the need to include parking for various types of development. I can't help but notice that this development is taking large amounts of surface area parking and transitioning into the different types of structures and usable spaces. I don't think that wouldn't necessarily be too out of the world, but this is in a part of town that is particularly suburban and particularly car-oriented. And I know there are some concerns, again, as we're discussing these kind of philosophies on a citywide basis, of what the future of development means. So I'm just wondering if you can tell us a little bit about the considerations here, because we're removing a large amount of surface parking for a place that really is dependent on car-oriented development. So how did you how does this work in this part of town, I guess?
Well, that's a great question, and I didn't mention it in my my presentation. I was so focused on the 3 minutes, but there would be structured parking that would be built on the site, Councilmember Winston. So there would be a replacement of parking with structured parking, and then the existing Innovation Park also has structured parking facilities. Sean Tooley, I believe, is online. Sean, can you address the parking question Councilmember Winston asked? Is there anything that should be added to what I said? I don't know.
Yeah, this is Sean. Yeah, John, you're exactly right.
Sean Tooley? I just want to make sure we get your name on the record.
Yes, Sean Tooley with Land Design. Structured parking that's being incorporated, as well as the street network being incorporated, and being a little bit more efficient with our parking strategies to be able to have a more mixed-use urban village idea that's driving this project.
All right. In addition to the parking, the walkability, the trails, can you address that as well, Mr. Tooley? Trails, walking connections with the other sites?
Sure. So there's a public street network that's made up of both public and private streets throughout the campus or the park. In addition, there's a future greenway connection on the north side with proposed public trails and lots of pedestrian connectivity within the site that relies on the mixture of uses as well as the infrastructure being put in place to kind of better reinforce the pedestrian network for kind of all of IBM.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the walkability was one of the things that Mr. Holmes, the University Partners, mentioned in his email to me, communicating their support of the project or the proposal.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is 57 acres development, or 57.2. So it's a huge development. I mean, this is going to be transformative. I mean, this is as big as almost Eastland, but except this is in northern part of our city. So, I mean, I'm still trying to go through all the materials, but I might have some questions later on. But what is it currently on that site? Is it that IBM campus?
Yes, ma'am. It's the former IBM campus that was converted to this office park, Class A office park that's called Innovation Park. And right now it's just surface parking, so it's sort of underutilized. But as I said in response to Councilmember Winston's question, it would be there'd be structured parking, and then it'd be a walkable mixed-use development as well. You know, under the current zoning of the site, under the floor air ratio limitations of the research district, you could put about 1.5 million square feet on this portion of Innovation Park just under the current zoning, but it wouldn't allow or certainly wouldn't foster the multiple uses in the urban form that's desired by the property owner.
Thank you, Mr. Carmichael. I have questions for you later on. So I'll reach out to you.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ajmira. Ms. Johnson?
Yes, thank you. So you all know that District 4 is the home of the jobs, and this is one of the central locations for those jobs. We've got Centene, and we have Wells, and we have all those other companies. One of the things that the University City Partners and has been on the table for a long time is the last mile transportation. So this might be an opportunity for us to, to really press on the gas, as Councilmember Grahams likes to say, but this is an opportunity for those out-of-the-box solutions, or at least to prioritize that. So that would respond to your question about parking, because we're seeking some type of solution, and Taiwo, we worked with the planning department for a while on what transportation or alternative transportation there is from the train to that university research area, so that there's door-to-door transportation solutions. So that's certainly an option for this project, Centene, and all of the other employers in this area. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. What Ms. Johnson said is exactly what I was going to say, and I'd like to ask John, actually, that you get a response from University City Partners, because they are very involved in this right now, that first mile, last mile, and I'd like to know what they have to say, if they've engaged with this developer, and there is some sort of a commitment to participating in first mile, last mile solutions. Because for something this size, I feel like that needs to be baked in. Otherwise, a year after this opens, we're going to be hearing about how they need CATS to provide circular service to the light rail. So I think there's a great opportunity to have that conversation.
We can certainly do that, and we have engaged with University City Partners, Mayor Pro Tem, and they're supportive of the request. But I'll talk to them specifically about, we'll certainly talk to them specifically about the last mile, first mile that you and Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, because this could be the catalyst to get that going finally. So thank you, appreciate it.
Both points are really well done, especially with Centene coming with the 3,000 and hopefully more jobs. And they are, again, looking seriously at what they do and doing it together. It seems to me just to be really a kind of a pragmatic approach to this. So now we'll go to Mr. Phipps.
Thank you, Mayor. I was surprised, given the size of this project, 57 acres, only 2 people showed up to the community meeting. I would expect it more participation in that. But it looks like this is well, it's going to be a phased project if it materializes to the point where it's proposed in this petition. But right now, it looks as if it's just another apartment complex that's going to start off first, right?
I don't know. I'll ask Mr. Bell to answer that, but the apartment project could be built first, but they also have, I think they have an office building in permitting for the site because they can do that under the existing zoning. Mr. Bell, can you address that at all?
Yes, hi. Thank you, everybody, for your comments and questions. My name is Mark Bellett. I represent the owner of the property. And as of right now, we, most of our development is going to be market-driven, so it will certainly be a phased development. As John was saying, we do have site plan approval in hand for the first office building, which is positioning us to, if and when the time is right, we have a tenant to occupy part or all of that building. We can move quickly into design and permitting for that and construction ultimately. And we are in conversation with a multifamily developer about a portion of the multifamily, as that might be the more optimal part of the project to construct now based on the market in the office arena, the commercial arena. So it's still under consideration in due diligence, and we do have that site plan approval for the first office building. So we're basically going to take what we can as far as what the market will support and develop accordingly.
And there's 1.8 million square feet that's existing in the Innovation Park development as well.
Right. So it's office that's already there, and then I guess you got another office planning in the pipeline contingent on a tenant, because I thought I read somewhere that you're not going to be doing any spec office space there.
That's correct.
So you have a lot of contingencies in here with this phased development, insofar as the roads that you're proposing to put in, the other non-residential space, is that contingent, on the market coming in, or will these roads be a part of the apartment construction as well? In other words, the only way those roads are going to come in if you get this office and those other non-residential uses coming on board, will that trigger the expansive infrastructure improvements that I see here? Or if that doesn't materialize, then I read somewhere where you can have a conversion of some of those spaces that would result in more multifamily construction. Is that the gist of it?
Well, there are conversion rights either way. If you only were going to do one office building, I don't know that you would need all the road infrastructure or one multifamily building at the initial stage. But this is a long-term project. without a doubt. It's 57 acres. What they want to do is plan for the long-term development, and they want it to be in an urban form, and recognizing that the 1.8 million square feet to the east that they also own, while a Class A office park, it's not in an urban form that they desire. But in terms of the infrastructure, it is a phased infrastructure, to be sure. And Councilmember Phipps, I can talk to you offline about that if you'd like me to do that. I don't have that committed to memory.
Okay, yeah, I would appreciate that. I can get offline with you, but it seems to me that infrastructure is contingent on the market putting forth the ability to generate that much density on the site. And I noticed that the traffic impact study that's referred to in our notes is under review right now, and I was just interested in what response the petitioner had with those comments coming back about the traffic impact study, but it might be moot in as much as they might not be triggered until such time as you develop as is currently proposed. But I can get back with you online on that, and those are my comments.
And they would be in relationship to the demand that the site would generate, right, or calls, or the mitigation that would be calls to mitigate what's being built. But not to belabor it, but like I said, under the current research zoning, you could do about a 1.5 million square feet of uses on this portion of the site under the 0.60 FAR of that district. But it wouldn't allow the urban form and the mixture of uses that's desired. But we're happy to talk to you about that in as much detail as you'd like, Councilmember Phipps.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else all right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, it's just getting back to this point again. John, could you actually have some conversation with the developer and with University City Partners about actually having a multimodal site in there, much like what we saw on our trip, which was probably about the same size, was a site where the bus can come, where scooters can be parked, where bikes can be parked, where Uber picks up, that kind of thing. And it just looks like it would be a great site for something like that, and be kind of the catalyst to have that kind of thing up in the area.
Yes, ma'am. We're happy to do that.
Mr. Carmichael, can I ask you another assignment? First, could you define long-term? What is long-term? Because you've got 5-year vested rights, but what does long-term mean for you in this project?
Well, it's probably going to be over. I don't know. It's more than a year or two. That's why I said long-term. But in terms of how long it could be, a lot of it's going to depend on just the market, Mayor. They don't want to go out there and build a bunch of spec buildings and then have them empty because you couldn't afford to do that.
I agree with you. I was just thinking, is it the 5-year vested rights? What is that? Is that it? So it's really 5 years? We will have the right for this if it's approved.
Well, so the 5-year vesting wouldn't, if this thing were approved 6 years from now, unless the site were rezoned, it would still be zoned for the use. You just would lose your vesting. But, Mark, I don't want to give you a false answer. I don't know if it would be 4 years or 7 years or 8 years. They certainly would want it to be as quickly as possible. But, Mark, do you have any kind of sense? If you know, if it's a guess, and I don't know if the mayor wants to hear a guess.
Well, no, I don't want to hear a guess. You can bring it back when you bring back some more additional information. And the other question I have, I know that you're talking about multifamily and you're talking about office buildings. Do you have any correlation between affordability and the pay and the type of office? Are the apartments going to be in a place where people that need jobs in that area would be able to, well, let me just ask, is there affordable, or will there be affordable units in the development that is affordable in terms of the type of buildings and jobs that are accessible close by?
So as we sit here today, there's nothing in the plan that would commit to any percentage to be affordable to certain AMI. this can be something that something else that I will talk to Mark Bellett about, the petitioner.
Okay.
Happy to do that. I don't know that we know what the average salary is or the salary ranges would be for the employees in this facility, but we can talk about that.
I just think that one way to increase multimodal is to be able to walk across the street to go to work. So that's a good thing. All right, so Ms. Johnson, we'll wrap this up with you.
Thank you. I just wanted to elaborate on Mayor Pro Tem's comments in the collaboration with the developer and the community for the transportation. Our planning department or our transportation department and UCP is already in discussion about this first mile, last mile. So I was going to ask if Taiwo could just give a brief update on what's going on with Centene, and this is a great chance if you can schedule a meeting with this developer or to bring them into the discussion.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. I do know that Departments of Economic Development and Department of Transportation have been engaged in some conversation with Centene, but pretty much with University City partners about creating mobility hubs in the University City area. And that's kind of, looking at what's possible in the short term and what can be done in the long term to address first mile, last mile. So we'll be happy to have that conversation with you as well, so that we can plug you into that discussion, because it will take more than one developer or development to make it happen.
Thank you.
All right, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Johnson, followed by Mr. Newton. Any discussion on this motion? So the motion to close is on the table. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston? All right, with that, we're going to item number 27, petition 2020-181 by Albemarle Property Investors for approximately 11.2 acres located on the northwest intersection of Rocky River Church Road and Albemarle Road. It is in our ETJ, it's closest to District 5. The current zoning is neighborhood services residential. The proposed zoning is neighborhood services site plan amendment, neighborhood services with 5-year vested rights. Because staff does not recommend approval of this petition in the current form, the staff will have their presentation, and Mr. Eric Hampton, who supports this, will have 10 minutes to respond to the staff presentation, and then we will open it up for questions by the council. So with that, Mr. Patton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-181, 11.24 acres is mentioned on Albemarle Road and Rocky River Church Road. Current zoning is NS. There is some portion of R3 zoning in that top corner of the parcel. Current zoning is for the property to be all NS with a site plan amendment to the existing NS zoning that's currently out there. They are requesting 5-year vested rights as well. The Albemarle Road and I-485 interchange study from 2003 does recommend residential office and retail for one of the parcels involved, and then multifamily office and retail for one of the other parcels that are involved in the rezoning. The proposal itself is for a maximum of 75,000 square feet of gross floor area dedicated to retail, EDEE, personal service uses, all allowed in the NS district. The request also includes up to 3 drive-through windows, including 1 dedicated solely for pharmacy use. There is a development area B that would be developed, remaining the square footage that was entitled through 2015-101 that established the original zoning. That would also keep 2 accessory drive-throughs that were originally entitled on that project. There are several transportation improvements that were committed to as part of the project at Rocky River Church Road and Albemarle Road. There would be a southbound left turn lane and left through lane, as well as a right turn lane with extension of storage. Site access A would include a left turn lane on the northbound side of Rocky River Church Road, and then storage shall be provided in coordination with southbound left overturn lane to Woodland Beaver Road, which serves the site next door. Site access B would be exclusive right turn. Site access C would be a right turn lane on the eastbound approach of Albemarle, and then site access D would have left turn lanes at eastbound approach on Albemarle, as well as a 2-lane cross section with ingress and egress lane provided for development, and also has intersection improvements to accommodate bike and pedestrian crossing in the area. They also are committing to maintain the architectural conditions as part of the previous rezoning back in 2015. As mentioned, staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form. We do have concerns about the amount of drive-throughs that are being proposed in total for the site. There are 2 existing entitled drive-throughs from the 2015 rezoning. Those would remain. They would also add an additional 3 through this rezoning, so that would give us a total of 5 drive-through facilities on this project. Staff would be more comfortable with something that is closer to the original entitlement of 2 from the 2015 petition. We can still work through that number a little bit, but believe 5 is a little bit more than we feel is appropriate for this location. We do have some outstanding issues also related to site and building design and transportation that would need to be resolved. So with that, we can turn it over to the petitioner and let them go through their presentation. Then we'll be happy to answer any questions following that completion. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Hampton, are you available virtual? Oh, there, Mr. Hampton. Thank you for coming down. You're our first speaker since we've been back in the chamber today, so welcome.
Well, I'm very honored. Thank you for having me.
You may have an interview with Joe Bruno following your presentation.
I have a captive audience, right? Madam Mayor Pro Tem, my name is Eric Hampton with BGE. I am here on behalf of the petitioner, and thank you all very much for having me this evening. As staff kind of walks us through, we've got a couple slides we can share here as well, and I'll try my best not to reiterate, but do want to make a few points to highlight why we are where we are and kind of why we're seeing the story a little bit different than staff may be coming from. The slide you have up here in front of you is the overall Crestwind rezoning that was done back in 2015. The portion of the site that we're talking about is a small, or about a half of development area B. And that development area B is the section along the southernmost edge of the 2015 boundary that you see in front of you, right along Albemarle Road and up on the northern section of Rocky River Church. So it's really the retail, commercial, office portion of the overall Crestwind development that's there within the overall site. The zoning boundary that was shown here did not follow property boundaries. And so some of the things that we're having to be sensitive to is that the petitioner in Equinox Development or Albemarle Property Investors does not control or have overall development rights to the entire balance of development area B. So we're working with the Helms family, which is immediately to the west of us, to make sure that we're trying to respect and be good neighbors with what the entitlement is of development area B overall, and then the portion of what we're actually coming forward with for y'all's consideration. Next slide, please. This just shows you the general balance. This is the actual survey that we've done on site. The larger portion of the development there is currently zoned NS, and so this was part of the 2015-101 petition. The small 0.69 acre section there on the northeast corner is a square A construction site. We are bringing that into the overall development boundary. So that's one of the 3 triggers for why we're here before you this evening. Is that parcel is currently zoned R3 and was not included in the 2015 boundary, and so we're trying to bring it into conformity with the NS and the overall development. Next slide, please. And this is the current form of the site plan, and this was shown in the staff's report as well. We've been through a number of iterations with staff, with CDOT and NCDOT to get us to where we are here this evening with this plan. We're holding all of the off-site infrastructure improvements that were contemplated in 2015's rezoning petition. So all of that public way investment is included in this petition. And additionally, because we've got more specificity on the site plan uses than what that previous petition had, there's additional improvements that the petitioner has brought forward and is committing to that were highlighted by staff as well, that we've also committed to in terms of additional access turn lanes, primarily on Rocky River Church, that those have popped up, but then also additional pedestrian improvements at the northern side of Albemarle Road and Rocky River Church intersection that's shown there on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Currently, there's no pedestrian environment out there to speak of at all, including the recent petitions that have probably come before y'all in the last several months. So that crossing would then have a pedestrian piano-style crosswalk there. And then we've upgraded all of the perimeter frontage pedestrian ways from the standard sidewalk that was contemplated in 2015 to incorporate this 12-foot multi-use path that's shown on the plan as well. And so there's a lot of pedestrian and intersection improvements that's also shown within the overall development. This is primarily a grocery-anchored development. The overall development area and development type is consistent with the overall entitlement square footages and uses that were contemplated in 2015. One of staff's comments here is that this is predominantly a retail-only development. When you look at this in whole of development area B, that's when you're getting your mixture of uses. While that plan is not before you this evening, that is contemplated to have more of the mixture and was also shown to have more of the mixture in the previous petition than the hard corner here at these two major roads that is more lending itself to a traditional retail type environment. Several of the things that we wanted to bring forward and discuss with you all this evening, we talked about the Square A parcel needing to come on and be rezoned, so that was one of the big reasons before you. The other condition that we needed to rezone for is the street that's right in the center of the plan that's running east-west in front of the grocery and attached retail. That street in the prior rezoning was contemplated as a public street. That would limit the number of driveways and interconnectivity that would happen with a traditional grocery parking field. And so that was the second reason, is that we needed more of a traditional interaction there. It's still being designed as a public street. We're just allowing more of those spine parking connections in a traditional parking type environment. And then the third was having to do with the drive-throughs. And so I wanted to spend a few minutes talking about that and can certainly answer any more questions as well. We are trying to maintain the two existing drive-throughs for the overall development for the balance of development area B to the west of us. Are proposing a single pharmacy pickup window, and it's there on the western face, plan west of the grocery store on the upper left-hand corner of the site. That would not have the queue and the visibility concerns that usually come with drive-through. That is usually a 1 or 2 car stack purely for pharmacy pickup, has nothing to do with the rest of the grocery use at all, and then a drive-through on each of the 2 out parcels. As I'm sure you and your families have experienced, COVID has changed the way we shop and interact, and so this isn't, don't hear a drive-through and immediately assume fast food. We're seeing a lot more of our tenants and our retailers that have not traditionally done pickup windows or call-in windows or drive-throughs start using this type of asset, because that's the only way that we've been able to interact with them as retailers or restaurateurs. So examples of this would be Chipotle or Outback or Texas Roadhouse as examples that are traditionally sit-down, dine-in restaurants are starting to have some version of a drive-through, and a lot of times it's either for call ahead or Uber Eats, or it's just a pickup window. It's not the long queue that you see at traditional fast food restaurants. And so that combined with what we're seeing in the rest of the corridor, that immediately to the east of us on the corner just off your page is the planned McDonald's. Immediately planned south is an operating Arby's. Further east of us is an operating Bojangles that are all very traditional suburban drive-through fast foods. This would not be out of character with this suburban corridor on the outskirts of town. And so for those reasons and the market demands, that's why we're really seeing the drive-throughs be integral to this overall development, but not the way you would normally see it with a traditional fast food restaurant. And again, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I respect where staff's coming from. We're just seeing this from a market pressure a little bit different, and can take it back to you, Mayor, and happy to answer anything that comes up from council.
All right, thank you very much. So with that, we will, I wanted to make sure, Ms. Samuels, please let us know if you have any questions from the zoning committee as we're going through this. I just want to make sure that you guys are good. So now we will have questions from the staff or for the petitioner. So I want to recognize any member of the council. Are there questions? Mr. Newton?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm familiar with this proposal. This rezoning would bring a grocer to the area, which is much needed and very much supported by the community. If my colleagues would notice in the materials that we have, there were 50 people that showed up to the community meeting, and there is no opposition from the community on this. That's a large number of people to show up to a community meeting. So I just wanted to underscore that at that point, and also mention too that this was an area up to maybe a year or two that had been considered a food desert as well. So even more reason why we would want to see a grocer here. So it's been my understanding that the sticking point is a drive-through. That particular drive-through would create accessibility for a pharmacy or for kind of a pharmacy drive-through on the side of the grocer, which also seems to make a lot of sense in the area. To give you some additional context here, Crestwinds is a senior development right behind this. And then there's also a Novant facility about a block down the road. So very complementary in nature. My questions, having said all that, my questions are for staff. First and foremost, do we have a good assessment or indication of what exactly? I read through the materials here. I see that the concern for an additional drive-through here would be somehow its ability to undermine a pedestrian environment. And I'm just wondering, do we have a good assessment of what increase or decrease in pedestrian activity an additional drive-through would create, or alternatively, what increase or decrease in traffic that would create?
As far as the increase and decrease in traffic, I think I'd defer that to CDOT, and we may need to provide that in a follow-up report. I think from the standpoint of having the amount of drive-throughs that are proposed, the amount of drive-throughs that were mentioned as part of this overall corridor, if you recall, we did have a rezoning just across the street where that McDonald's was mentioned. We weren't real thrilled about the second drive-through addition on that, but that one continued to move through, and there are some by right entitlements for it as well. But overall, when you run into a scenario with such an auto-oriented arrangement of uses, particularly when we talked about that public street that is now a public street with access to all the parking aisles for the grocery store, you really lose that pedestrian interface that was really intended for the project outcome. And so now we're looking at, a street that really functions as a pass-through with access to all the drive aisles for the parking area for the Publix, grocery store that may be coming, apologize. Out parcel 1 could be a drive-through, it could be an EDE, could be a restaurant of some sort. Out parcel 2, you've got another drive-through proposed there. So that pedestrian amenities are there in place, but we're also building it into an auto-oriented network of uses. So it kind of is counterintuitive to having good pedestrian facilities when you've got auto-dependent and auto-oriented uses. So I think that's where the general concern lies. If we added one drive-through, maybe on the hard corner, that's something that maybe staff would be comfortable with. Those internal drive-throughs on out parcel 1 and maintaining an additional 2 just next door is where we start getting into just having nothing but drive-through facilities that could be more detrimental to that public pedestrian interface along Albemarle Road and internal to the site. So I think that's where our general concern comes from.
And I guess for me, I look at this and I know where it's located. It's an ETJ, which is a little bit more off the beaten path for what we see on council, and so I feel like it's maybe worth exploring the pedestrian interface aspect of this a little bit more from that lens. Having said that, also noted in the materials that we have in front of us that this petition would actually enhance the pedestrian environment. And I'm wondering, is there an offset here in that regard? Because certainly, and I think that the speaker had alluded to this, we're talking about quite a pedestrian walkway, so sidewalk connection on, it looks like two large roads leading over to Albemarle and connecting with Rocky River Road. I'm wondering here, understanding that if we're talking about a pharmacy drive-through that's complementary for the area, something that I think makes a lot of sense, particularly as it pertains to the establishment of the grocer here. Is there an offset there, understanding that the pedestrian environment is going to be significantly improved anyway?
So it's the pharmacy drive-through isn't, I don't think that's the concern for us. We're comfortable with the pharmacy drive-through. I think it's the additional 2 EDE drive-throughs and then a third that would remain on the out parcels, still on parcel B from the previous rezoning. And yeah, there are some pedestrian improvements, particularly the facility that will provide a crossing across Albemarle Road and Rocky River Church intersection. And, you know, that's a great accommodation to include, but we start to lose the effectiveness of that when we continue to introduce auto-oriented uses that will just drive that, you know, continued traffic to the site through, you know, the need to really access those and have that drive-through dependent type of outcome for those 2 out parcels along the road. So I think that's where the improvements are needed, and they certainly are welcome and a good accommodation to this corridor. But I think as you start to continue to add auto-oriented uses and then maintain an additional 2 drive-throughs from the previous rezoning for a total of what would be, I guess, 3 EDE drive-throughs, 1 pharmacy, and then 1 that could just be a standard drive-through for, you know, another type of use, you start to kind of chip away at the effectiveness of those pedestrian improvements that are put in place.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by the speaker's comments pertaining to kind of this new age in which we're living post, well, I guess, current COVID and then potentially post-COVID. The fact that we are likely going to be seeing more restaurants. So not just the prototypical kind of drive-through style restaurant, but full-fledged restaurants with pickup windows that in and of themselves constitute drive-throughs, I think, from the standpoint of our ordinances. And think maybe it's worthy of a conversation for us to have moving forward. And this petition, you know, is maybe grounds for us to do that because it seems to make a lot of sense for me. But I really look forward to continuing that conversation with you, Dave, staff, and the petitioner moving forward. And those are all my questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, Mr. Driggs.
Thank you, Mayor. For one, I wanted to acknowledge that staff's reluctance to go to a more auto-oriented development here is in line with our policy and our general attitude about cars, so I appreciate that. I'm curious, you mentioned that the changes in kind of consumer behaviors because of COVID are an influence here. And given that this will not actually be built for years, are you working on the assumption that these conditions are going to prevail all that time or will remain in effect, you know, once we've worked through the immediate impact of the virus?
Yeah, I think that's an excellent question. I think what we're seeing is much like many other things that we're seeing in our day-to-day life, that COVID was a catalyst for things to change. It's changed a lot of our behaviors and how we shop, how we interact, how we dine. And so I don't think even after COVID is, Lord willing, behind us soon, that those patterns that it was a catalyst for are going to recede automatically. I think we've changed. And so when you see these major restaurant players start changing how they interact with their customer base, it's not something they just reacted to as a short stint deal. And so that's where we're starting to see a lot of these players that are historically only sit-down restaurants have some sort of interface for that more routine access. And so where it's not that traditional drive-through where you pull up to a callbacks and order and wait for your food to be made, it's more of a pickup style window or an Uber Eats where the customer's not even interacting with it, or it may be their own drivers that are interacting to retrieve the order and take it to the residents. All of the information that we're seeing from the major restaurant players is that this is a trend that's going to remain.
So I'm inclined to take their word for it to the extent they're the guys investing the money and making the bet. But we just struggle with it a bit because it pushes exactly opposite to you know, the goals of our 2040 plan and some of the other things we're trying to achieve. So I look forward to learning more about it, but thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Driggs, I don't know if this is the best time to intervene with this question, but we had a conversation with the planning and assistant manager about this today. And what I'd like to actually see, if we can get the economic development group to actually give us some data around this, because it may not just be COVID, there might be many other factors, but we still have to struggle with the idea of cars idling on our streets and our clean air as well. I mean, not everybody's going to have an electric car, and how do we deal with that? And this weekend I had the opportunity to drive by the Woodlawn, new no seat on the inside Chick-fil-A, and there was the line was backed up until the curb, and one car had pulled up on the side of the last car, and people were trying to come around. I think this is a traffic safety issue as well. So while we're trying to adjust all of these changes, I think we need a little bit more data. We need more ideas from the retailers and developers. So I've asked to ask economic development to give us some kind of where do we see it going, because I'm just not quite sure where it is. But I know that it's not just an issue of what the retail is doing, it's what's happening on our city streets. And that gives me some real concern. And so I'm going to ask that and see if we can find out and get some more information about it, not just from that perspective, but from our clean air, our emissions control, and things like that.
So, Mayor, I agree with that. I'm inclined to take the commercial people who are investing their money at their word in terms of what they think is happening, but I don't feel that we're obligated to be entirely driven by that. I mean, our purpose here is to kind of try to influence commercial behaviors towards a greater good. So I'd be interested to see that as well.
So thanks for the team for taking that on for us. So let's see, was there another person? Well, I had some questions because, and this is probably something that staff will have to do. When you come back with the information on this, when I look at the map, it looks like, not counting the pharmacy drive-through, there are 5 entrances to a Publix. Now, I shop at Cotswold a lot, and they are one of the busiest places that I've seen. It's a full shopping center, and I think I counted 4 for them. And so I would like actually to get some idea about why a couple of you said 5 fast food?
Within the context of this petition, it'd be 2 and then the drive-through. So it'd be 3 that we're contemplating on this petition.
And then you've got the entrances and exits just for a singular one grocery store, a large one, of course. But I think about the one at Cotswold, the new Publix, it has, we require them to do just 1 or 2, and I'd like to get some idea of scale of what we're trying to do. Is this more than what we usually do or equal to what we usually do? And why would we see the number of access points? Because while I think that some people would say that enhances pedestrians, the more cars and entrances you have, and I only saw 1 crosswalk on the plan that was submitted, I don't see that as helping pedestrians very much. And so I understand what we're trying to do. We're trying to have a grocery store that people can come in and shop. We're also recognizing that you've got 2 drive-throughs where there's retail opportunities to try and test some of these things out. But I just wondered if we could get something that actually more than what we have here that helps me understand the size and the magnitude of this and what it accomplishes.
Certainly, we can
do that.
Yeah, we can do a comparison from what was entitled previously and what's being proposed and the difference between the 2.
And some examples of other places that we're all familiar with. If there's something out in the areas that we're seeing where we have a single grocery store, and what do we do for grocery stores of this size? That would be very helpful, because I don't know what the market is, but I know people will come to the grocery store, and it seemed to me that there really wasn't an entrance for is it Crosswinds, Mr. Newton? The neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
How would they come through that? I'm not really sure, but that's what I think the practical look for this isn't really easy to see here.
We'd be happy to provide an overall kind of infrastructure exhibit for you to highlight that. Quickly, on the far left-hand side of the street, that main drive that's connecting to Albemarle is a public street that actually goes up into the overall Crestwind development. So that's one of the spine roads that's required for the overall Crestwind development that is our burden as the developer of this portion of the site to build. And then there's interconnectivity between us and the last phase of Crestwind on the immediate northern edge of your site. That driveway that you see is also a required connection from that 2015 petition to provide that interconnectivity. But all of the interconnections and points that you see, with the exception of the upper left that came with that new parcel we're bringing on board, were shown on the 2015 or were required improvements as part of that petition. So we've tried to respect that as much as we could.
And a lot of the improvements are concrete barricades between there's no lane closures, or passing lanes. It's like a lot of concrete in the middle of the road to make sure that it's traversable for the amount of cars that are expected. So I just like a little bit of scale.
Sure.
But I also know that it's getting time, and we really appreciate you. Thank you for being our first guest to come down and speak to us today.
Ms.
And-
Mayor?
Yes. Oh, Ms. Ajmira, I am so sorry. I just looked at the screen and it says Ms. Ajmira.
No problem. Thank you.
My apologies.
Well, I'll keep it very brief. I just have two questions, and it could be part of our follow-up report. So, so this additional drive-throughs, are those for EDEs? What is an example of that? Like, or if you're able to share something that you have in plan as part of your tenant agreement?
Yeah, I think at this stage, we don't have any of those tenant commitments in place, but examples of those would be some of the sit-down restaurants that I alluded to before, where, our petitioners interacting with those type of restaurant providers now. And it could, also be more of a multi-use building with an end cap version of those, like a Panera that may have a drive-through that doesn't traditionally have one. So those are the types of restaurants that we're targeting, not necessarily having two fast food restaurants on either of those two out parcels. The main volume of interest that I'm at least seeing from a site planning standpoint is more on that higher end, more traditional sit-down type variety.
Okay. And what kind of grocery store are we looking at here? And that's drive, right?
I'm sorry, say that again, ma'am?
So the grocery store, that's not a drive-through, correct?
The drive-through that's shown there by ordinance is defined as one. I mean, I think that's our only option under ordinance, but it is legitimately just a pharmacy pickup window. You cannot go through there and get anything else from the grocery store itself other than picking up your pharmacies. And so this is a high-end market setting, market plus grocer that you're all familiar with that I can't divulge yet. But this is a very high-end grocer for this area that's very much in need. And to Councilmember Newton's comments, with the amount of interest we got during the community meeting, to not have anyone here in opposition speaks that they're excited about that opportunity.
Okay. Well, that's great to hear. Maybe I'll show up there, but I think we got to balance it with the concerns that were raised by my colleagues about pedestrian safety, and how do we make this where we have an access to grocery store, but at the same time we are considering pedestrian safety. So I'm sure we'll figure that out. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close, Madam Mayor.
Second. And I have a second to close the public hearing. And so with that, we'll have a roll call vote. Again, if I can find my roll call. All right. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, now,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are going to, I have us at 5:59, so we're going to not go into our next zoning item, but zoning hearing, but we will now go to.
Mayor,
Yes.
do you mind if I just let people know, anybody who's watching who has low or no water, Charlotte Water has just posted, and we've heard from several people in the last few minutes, there's a large water main break on Remount Road that's affecting several zip codes, and they're working to isolate the incident and get service restored, but folks in those areas can expect low to no water pressure throughout the evening.
The evening can be a long time.
Yeah.
So if we get more information, we'll say and let you know what we're hearing. But other than that, we're going to know that area of Remount Road, and that has a lot of homes and
It's in
and
towards
units.
the center city.
Yes,
It's out.
so we're going to have,
Madison Park.
oh my gosh,
Yeah,
so,
Plaza Midwood.
okay. So now we're going to move to our redistricting public hearing that we're having tonight. Many of you are very much aware that because of the requirements of the census, that we had a process with an ad hoc committee of the council included to help us as we have grown as a city to create the one person, one vote rules and still maintain our district representation as well as our at-large representation. Many of you are aware that we have the maps, and I believe tonight I'm going to have Councilmember Graham introduce the presentation, and then we will have a public hearing. Now, when we have a public hearing, we keep the notes that you have concerning your addressing the issue. We will respond to this by having those questions and comments referred back to the ad hoc committee, which will then provide solutions or responses to those questions in a report to all of us, as well as you will have access to that report virtually, as well as in online, as well as participation, if you choose, in the committee or watching the committee discussion. We have, I believe, 14 people signed up for how many people do we have signed up now?
We have 17 people now.
17 people signed up to speak. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak on the item. And I need to get the remaining number of people after. Yeah, I understand. I see it happening in real time. So with that, I'm going to introduce, before I call on our first speaker, Mr. Graham, are there any other comments that you would like to make before we begin?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In anticipation of receiving the 2020 census, the mayor, as she indicated, set up the registering committee. She asked me to chair it, along with acting council members Ashmere, Drags, and Phipps to serve as committee members. In addition, the City of Charlotte also contracted with Charlotte area law firm Parker Poe and land planning firm InFocus to assist with legal and demographic and data information. Mr. McCarley is here, so he will make the presentation before the public hearing starts to provide content to what we're doing here this afternoon. So, Madam Mayor, Mr. McCarley is here.
All right, Mr. McCarley, thank you for joining us. You're going to review the maps, and then we will hear from the community.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor and Council. With your permission, I'll go through a little bit of information that will help the community understand what you're looking at in these maps. So the committee adopted criteria for drawing the maps, and that criteria is first that the population in each of the districts needs to be substantially equal. The total population of the city, according to the Census Bureau, is 874,653 people. If you divide that by 7, which is the number of districts, then the ideal size for each district would be approximately 124,950 people. We refer to that as the ideal district size, so that if all the districts were that size, the population would be completely equal. However, the law allows some variation from that, as long as, to follow the one person, one vote rule, as long as the largest district is no more than 5% above that ideal size, and the smallest district is no more than 5% below that size. So the next criteria is that the district should be reasonably compact, and each piece of the district must be contiguous to every other piece of the district. You can't have islands of precincts that aren't attached to the rest of the precincts in that district. The next issue is a legal doctrine called communities of interest. Communities of interest is a relatively subjective term, but it means that if there are people who have some traits in common, either race, income, ethnicity, issues with what goes on in their neighborhoods. For example, if you live near the university or near a large mall like South Park, or you live near transit corridors, if there are things that really define the essence of an area, then the people who are in that area should be kept together if possible. The next one is that the committee determined that we should, in all cases, follow precinct boundaries, not split precincts, to get to the mix. Next, we may consider race as one factor in looking at the districts, but it is not to be the predominant factor. And finally, well, 2 more. The next one is that the district should be sized, if possible, for growth. What we're looking at is we can tell you which districts have grown the most and which ones have not grown that much since the 2010 redistricting. If possible, it would be good to have the districts that we expect to continue growing be a little bit under the ideal district number, and those that are not going to grow as much or not expected to grow as much to be just a touch above it. I will tell you that that has been the hardest criteria to meet because precincts are not fungible. It's not that every precinct is the same size for geography or the same size for population. That makes it difficult to swap them out. The smallest precinct in Charlotte is only a little over 1,800 people. The largest precinct is, Rebecca, how many people in the largest? 18,000. So it's not a one-for-one swap when you start moving them. And that's particularly difficult when you look at the map and you realize that the precincts in districts 2 and 4 are geographically larger and typically population larger than a lot of the other precincts in the city. So it's difficult to move those on a one-for-one basis. Then the last criteria was to avoid contests between incumbents. Let me be very specific about that. It doesn't say protect incumbents. It just says avoid contests between them. So we have tried to keep from what's called double bunking any incumbents who said that they planned to run for re-election in their district seat. So that was the criteria that was used. Now let's talk briefly about the population. I mentioned to you that the ideal district size would be about almost 125,000 people. Of the 7 districts, 5 of the 7 were outside of the 5% variance that's allowed by law. So District 2 is only 3.5% above the ideal size and would meet the constitutional requirement. And District 7 is only 0.1% above the ideal district size, meaning basically that it grew at exactly the average rate of growth for the city at large. But the other 5 are all out of whack, either above or below the 5% variance. So District 1 is 8.2% below the ideal, District 5 is 6.5% below, and District 6 is 9% below. That's a fairly large variance. On the other side, those that are over, District 2 is over at 3.5, which would be allowable constitutionally. However, District 3 is 12.8% over the ideal, and District 4 is 7.6% over the ideal. So the task, just boiling all that down, is that we need to move population from 3, 2, and 4 into 1, 5, and 6. The population in District 7 was basically right on the target, so nothing needed to be done to it unless we needed to move it for some other reason. Now, let me make one other statement about when I use the word move. When I say we're moving a precinct, that does not mean that we're moving where people vote in their precinct or that we are just generally physically moving the precinct anywhere. All it means is that we're reassigning that precinct from a current city council district to a different city council district, but their precinct location will not change. City council doesn't have authority to move precincts or precinct locations. That's under the jurisdiction of the Board of Elections. So none of this means moving a precinct location or where people vote. So the task was to move that population. Now, up on the screen, you'll see a map of the city of Charlotte. And I referred to districts 3, 2, and 4 being too large, 1, 5, and 6 being too small. So if you look at those 3 that are too large, you'll notice that all 3 of those have large geographic precincts, and that especially 1 and 6, and to some extent the southern portion of 5, have smaller precincts. So the difficulty here is moving the population around clockwise from 3 to 2, but when you move population from 3 to 2, 3, remember, was the largest of the precincts by population. When you move it from District 3 to District 2, District 2 was oversized, so now it's doubly oversized. So we need to move population out of 2 into 4 and to 1, the 2 that it borders. But you remember that 4 was also over the ideal district size. So now we need to move population out of District 4 into 1 and 5, the 2 that it borders. And when all that's done, we also need to move something out of 5 and 1 into 6 to get it to as close to possible the ideal size. So when you're moving this population around in a clockwise direction, it is difficult to pick precincts that work for that. So again, if you'll look at the map with me, if we're moving it from 3 into 2, there are very few precincts across the northern border of District 3, so there are very few to choose from. Once you move some of those into 2, there aren't as many to choose from on either the eastern boundary or the northern boundary of 2 to move into 4 and 1. And the really difficult one is figuring out which precincts are available to move out of 4 into 1 and 5. It is very difficult. So that's basically the task before us. With that background, let's take a look at the draft plans in front of you. Map A, the one that's on the screen now, is basically the least change map. That is, the only criteria applied to draft this map was whether or not we could get the districts into constitutional compliance with the requirement that no district be above or below the ideal size by more than 5%. That was the only criteria that we tried to meet with that. It moves only 3 precincts. It does get all districts within the variance that's allowed, but it doesn't account for communities of interest, and it doesn't necessarily account for growth. The growth issue here leaves District 2 at 3.5% above, which is where it is today, and District 4 literally at 4.8%. One of the 2 districts that's expected, one of the 3 that's expected to grow would literally start just barely under the constitutional limit of 5%. A quick note about why this matters. One person, one vote means that each person's vote ought to count the same amount as someone else's. Let me use a really wild example to illustrate the issue here. The state of California has over 39 million people living in it. The state of Alaska has 733,000 people living in it. But they both get 2 senators, 2 U.S. senators. Well, what that means is that very few people are required to elect a senator in Alaska, and a whole lot of people are required to elect a senator in California. That makes the value of the voter in Alaska, the smaller of the 2, much more valuable. So this is one of the few times that bigger is not better. It is better if you're looking at strength of a voter's participation to be in a smaller district than a larger district. So trying to make sure that we could get 3, 2, and 4 close to ideal or under it if possible was a goal. But because of the size of those precincts, it was very difficult to do that. Next, to draft Plan B. And the person operating there it is, thank you. Draft Plan B. This one moves 15 precincts. 6 of the 7 districts are affected. The one that is not is District 7. It's right at the ideal size today. Doesn't need to be moved unless something else requires movement. The growth issue. All the districts are close to the ideal size, but the population in 2 and 3 aren't below the ideal. And District 4 is only 0.6% below the ideal. Again, it was just very, very difficult to move the amount of people we needed to move, the population number we moved, and also account for growth. The map just doesn't work very well to do it. This map better aligns the communities of interest than the draft map A, but not as well as draft map B1, which was developed after public input at the committee's listening session. If we could go now to draft Plan B1. it is. Draft Plan B1 moves 16 precincts. Again, 6 of the 7 districts are affected, not District 7. And the growth issues are identical to Plan B for 2, 3, and 4. The difference on growth is that District 1 is reduced. It goes from being +1% above ideal to -0.7% below. And District 5 is increased from 0.3% above ideal size to 2.1%. The key difference between B and B1 is that we moved the rest of the Central Avenue corridor represented by precincts 5 and 45 into District 5. Precinct 45 is right beside Precinct 84, which is the precinct that contains the old Eastland Mall site, now the Eastland Mall redevelopment site. The mall is actually in the lower left-hand corner of that precinct, which borders Precinct 45, and Precinct 45 borders 5 going toward Uptown. Both of those precincts are part of the Central Avenue corridor and will be part of the Eastland Mall redevelopment area. It just made sense to move those back into 4. So that's the key difference between B and B1. If we could now have Draft Plan C, please. Draft Plan C was drafted using compactness as the highest priority. That is, trying to straighten the edges of as many of the districts as we could. It does move 17 precincts. The growth factors are that District 2 is now 0.1% below ideal. District 3 is 0.7% above, and District 4 is 2.2% above ideal. It doesn't align precincts 5 and 45 with District 5 as B1 does. It does, however, align Precinct 99 with District 5. And Precinct 99, if you look at your map, is the easternmost precinct in what was District 6, and it would move it to border onto District 5. The demographics of that precinct probably better match 5 than they match 6. Bottom lines, we had to move a very large number of a large population number to get these districts to balance. The population had to come out of Districts 3, 2, and 4. All of the plans meet the constitutional requirement of one person, one vote, but some do a better job of it than others. And to the best extent possible, Districts 2 and 4 maintain the same percent of black population as exists today, and District 3 loses only 2%. So putting numbers to that racial demographic on the different plans, today, District 3 is 40.2% black. In Plan A, it moves to 42.3. In Plan B, it is 38.3. That is basically 2 percentage points below where it is today. And in B1, it's 38.3, and in C, it's 38.3. District 2, again, these are the 3 districts that have historically elected black representatives, despite the fact that none of them is a majority-minority district. But in District 2, today, the black population is 54.3%. In A, it remains 54.3. In B, it is 54.2. In B1, it's 54.2. And in C, it's 54.7. The last of the districts that has historically elected black representatives is District 4. Today, that district is 43.9% black. In Plan A, it's 44% black. In B, it's 43% black. In B1, it's 43% black, and in C, it's 44.3% black. So in 4, all of those numbers are within 1% of each other in the change maps. I will be glad to answer any questions from council before you open your public hearing.
All right, we do have a couple of questions from council before we begin the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mac, I do have a question. You had a comment. I'm not on the redistricting committee, so I didn't perhaps hear this meeting. But you made a comment that some of the maps you do believe exacerbates segregation. Could you elaborate on that comment?
Yes, I didn't, if I said exacerbates segregation, I didn't mean to. The verb is very important here. I don't think it creates it. The tension here is between communities of interest and a concern over segregated housing patterns. Nothing about your districting system creates or exacerbates those housing patterns. Those are driven by something entirely different. I can't imagine that any realtor is ever asked, what council district will this house be in? They will be asked, what school district it's in. But I doubt anybody ever asks, what council district is this going to be in? So it doesn't exacerbate those. The tension is between that issue on the one hand, that we recognize we have some segregated housing patterns, and on the other hand, communities of interest. The case law would say that keeping communities of interest together is a positive benefit. It's good. So in all 3 of these change maps, for example, we have kept the racial balance as close as possible to the existing racial balance for districts 3, 2, and 4, so that we didn't upset the ability of those districts to continue to elect black candidates if that is the will of the people in that district. That was a critical issue, looking at that top line number for the percentage of black population in those, and it's very similar in all 4 of the change maps, and all of them are very close to what they are today. So do I believe that your districting decisions drive housing patterns? No, ma'am, I don't. I believe that they may be a result of housing patterns more than they are causes for housing patterns. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you for clarifying that. I think it's an important point, and if I misunderstood it, then maybe a few other people did as well, so appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Driggs?
So, Mac, minimizing the number of precincts that we move is not among our criteria. Why did you offer us map A?
One of the issues in redistricting is sometimes voter confusion, and usually there's a push to move as few precincts as possible to achieve the goals that you've set out. So if meeting a goal that was not one picked by the committee of moving the fewest precincts so that you would confuse the fewest people in this very shortened election season, if that mattered, we at least looked at a least change map. I don't think it meets very many of your other criteria, though. It really focuses just on can you
Is it fair to say that map A is perhaps more informational than intended to be a real candidate?
That's a fair comment, Mr. Driggs.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Winston?
Mr. McCarley, did you have an objective way of scoring how you made certain moves, precincts?
I had a subjective way of scoring. The objective way was to make sure that all of them were within the constitutionally required variance from the ideal district size. That's objective. The rest of it is subjective. It's looking at neighborhoods, at racial data, at ethnicity. For example, District 5 has a very high population of varied ethnic populations. When you look at Asian, Hispanic, and other, District 5 has a very distinctive international flavor. We viewed that as a community of interest, but that's a subjective determination. But I tried to look at neighborhoods, ethnicity, race, income levels, and frankly, one of the other issues for community of interest is partisan. And your criteria did not prohibit us from looking at partisan data, and we did. And the partisan data would show you that the voters in districts 6 and 7 have a stronger percentage of Republican registration than any of the other 5. All of the other 5 districts are more than 50% Democratic registration. Districts 6 and 7 are in the low 30%, right around 30, 31%. But that's the highest that Republican registration gets in any other district. It doesn't approach that.
So when people elect their representatives of what the work that we do here around the dais and on city council is mostly about distributions of municipal services and how tax dollars are spent. But I haven't heard, for instance, over these next 10 years, we're going to be talking a lot about how transportation dollars are spent, and each district representative should probably be engaging their constituents within that geography about municipal transportation planning and project execution. But I didn't hear you mention much about actual municipal services and how neighbors and neighborhoods interact with those. Can you tell us a little bit about how you kind of consider those municipal issues as it relates to communities of interests, and how our city is divided amongst district lines to those regards?
Yes, sir. I think what you're asking is, did I look at transportation corridors or major defining characteristics?
All of the work that we deal with public safety, sidewalks, roads, public transportation, digital divide, environment, all of these things that it makes up the majority of our work and what actually we interact with our constituents about, not necessarily just about race or the Republican Party and the Democratic Party don't really have municipal service platforms that we follow, for instance. We might be Republicans or Democrats, but there's no political position when it comes to necessarily roads and infrastructure. But that is the work that we do, and that is why they elect us. So how did our job and our interaction with our constituents around that job actually relate to the way lines are drawn?
For the specifics that you listed, I did not consider most of those as driving characteristics for community of interest. I did consider what are the defining characteristics of each of the districts, if they have one. For example, District 5 is probably noted for its international population, so I paid attention to the demographic statistics for Hispanics, Asians, and other populations. District 4 is probably noted for the presence of the university and the impacts that the university has had on the growth patterns there. District 1 is probably noted for its older urban neighborhoods and the uptown area. So yes, I understood that there were some defining characteristics that should be looked at, but community of interest, in the case law at least, doesn't focus on municipal services as much as it does the characteristics of the people who are living there.
Okay, so last two questions. Would you say that the shapes of our district lines have changed much since they were first adopted? I believe it was in 1979.
I can't go back any further than 1995, but since 1995, which is when I first was involved with redistricting work for the city as your city attorney, they have looked roughly like this. The biggest changes have probably been on districts 2 and 4 because of their growth and the difficulty of moving population into or out of those two districts. But they probably look a little bit more different today than they used to.
Okay. Well, just last comment is the reason why districts were created was, I think you might have mentioned, was because historically before that, we were at a totally at-large system And those city council members were usually selected by a slate chosen by the Chamber of Commerce. And organizations of voters within the community, like the Black Political Caucus and other entities, really worked hard to get Black representation and representation from different geographies around town. And I just wonder if these existing districts and the recommendations you provided are still solving for a problem from 1979 and not the problems of the city that we have now.
Mr. McCarley, would it be okay for him to ruminate on that? Because we've got 17 people that have signed up at 6 o'clock and at 6:30, Mr. Winston.
Sure.
And Ms. Ajmira also had some questions. Ms. Ajmira, would it be possible if I recognize you immediately after the hearing, or do you have some questions that help frame the hearing?
I think it will help frame the hearing.
All right.
Because the question I have that was already addressed at our committee meeting, but I just want to make sure that we have many speakers in the room so they hear directly from our consultant. So, Mr. McCarley, would you please share with everyone rating for each one of this draft plan based on the criteria that's been adopted by the committee?
The criteria is the basic criteria of equal population, reasonably compact, contiguous. The subjective criteria is looking at communities of interest being grouped together where possible. We did follow precinct boundaries in every one. We did consider race in looking at the population shifts into and out of districts 3, 2, and 4. And I think we landed in a very positive place for those 3 districts based on the racial population in them. And then we tried to size for growth, but frankly, that was the hardest criteria to be met. And I apologize, but we were not able to do that very well without sacrificing other criteria that I viewed as more important. And then the last one is we did avoid contests between any incumbents, to my knowledge.
So do you have a specific rating number for each one of these maps?
I did do a scoring sheet. I don't have it in front of me. I scored map A very low, as Mr. Driggs asked. It's basically for informational purposes. I did not think.
Mac, I've got your sheet.
Oh, do you have them? Yes, thank you. That would help me a lot.
I did.
Thank you, Mr. Driggs. Okay, so Plan A.
Yes, of course.
All of them meet the required criteria, and in Plan A, I viewed that on a 1 to 10 scale as having only a 5 for meeting communities of interest, because it was not a criteria that we looked at all. And then sized for future growth, it got a 2, because it really doesn't take into any account future growth and leaves one of the districts that's expected to grow right at the maximum number. So Plan A scores very low. Plan B meets all the required criteria, and I did believe that on the communities of interest criteria, it warranted an 8, and sized for future growth, I gave it a 6, barely above average, because again, it was just very difficult to do that in any plan. I did not turn in a scoring sheet for Plan B, for Plan B1, but I can tell you that, in my view, it is slightly better than Plan B, so I would give it an 8.5 on communities of interest, because it realigns those 2 districts, those 2 precincts that ought to be in District 5 along the Eastland Mall area redevelopment and the Central Avenue corridor. And it's sized for growth at the same way Plan B is, so I gave it a 6. And the last one is Plan C. It meets all the required criteria. I scored it a 7 for communities of interest, and scored it a 5, a little bit lower for sizing for future growth, because it does not do that well. Thank you, Mr. Driggs, for the reminders.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now we'll begin the public hearing. Mr. McCarley, we're going to come back and council will have a full round. We'll go completely around, but I think it would be good to hear from the community and then be able to integrate those thoughts and the questions that we may have, and that may generate even more questions. All right, so the first speaker, everyone has 2 minutes because when we have over 15 people, it's a 2-minute. And I will follow up on that 2 minute. You'll hear the bell ring from the clerk, and then we'll just go to the next person. So I want to ask our first speaker, Métis Sanchez, to come down and take one of the microphones. And then Ms. Charlene Henderson, if you'll come and take the other side. And then we'll be followed by Ray McKinnon and Joshua Watts. So if you want to get ready for that. So our first speaker, Métis Sands. Is Ms. Sands virtual? No, she's here. There she is. Ms. Sands is coming down. And then if Ms. Henderson would come down, is Ms. Sands here? Okay, so Ms. Sands is not here. So Mr. McKinnon, would you come down? Is Mr. McKinnon here? Mr. McKinnon is not here. Mr. Watts? Is Mr. Watts here? Is Ms. Joshua Watts is not here. All right, Reverend Witherspoon, are you here? Is there anyone virtual? No, she's telling me he's virtual. Not yet. All right, Ms. Marjorie Parker. Okay, thank you. Come on down and we'll start. So Ms. Henderson, you have 2 minutes.
Mr. McCarley, Mayor and City Council, my name is Charlene Henderson and I am the precinct chair of 82. And I just want to say, by beginning, the Voters' Right Act of 65 and 68 defines a Map A as the only redistricting map that does not result in a denial or dilution of the voting strength of precincts 42 and 82. Pursuant to Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, did the city submit the proposed redistricting map to the Department of Justice to obtain a pre-clearance. There is no possible way that Map B and C produce racially discriminatory effects in relation to the Hidden Valley's all-black voting record in the last 10 census periods. Voting Rights Act map requires that requirements are mandatory and the city must guarantee that Hidden Valley, a community of color, has the power to elect the candidate of color. Mr. McCarley preferred Map B and C, considering only one factor according to his statement at that time to Councilman Graham. The numbers relate to the demographics. Mr. McCarley preferred maps are definitions of a denial and dilution. Maps B and C are as racially polarized as they are unconstitutional. The Voting Rights Act I mentioned are related entirely to racial fairness. The city has a legal obligation under the federal law to protect its citizens from denial and dilution of our Voting Rights Act. The District 1 all-white voting record exempts it from being a community of interest. Map A is the only map that protects and preserves Hidden Valley all-black voting record. Map A is the only map that guarantees the federally protected constitutional right to vote with racial fairness. I thank you for your time and your consideration. Hidden Valley wants to stay where it's at because there is no common interest in where it is proposed to be moved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Marjorie Parker, and I'm a retiree of the city of Charlotte, lived in Hidden Valley for almost 50 years. I'm going to give you the 5 reasons, and if I have time, I'll elaborate on those reasons after. Number 1, Hidden Valley is struggling with issues. Number 2, we are bearing the burden of the redistricting of District 4. Number 3, data is not people. Number 4, importance of your first and second orders are not followed. Number 5, why were 42 and 82 really chosen out of District 4? Number 1, Sugar Creek Carter traffic, lack of amenities, grocery stores, restaurants, other fast food other than fast food are needed. These are the problems. Number two, excessive growth is in the northern end of the district. Number three, data is not people. We will go from 2 representatives in the race to 0 representatives that we know. We have over 170 petitions signed in just one day on people who share the same interests with us. Your importance of the first and second order is not followed. Precincts with similar interests, people with different interests cause contrasting groups, which equals polarization. Race not the overwhelming factor. 42, 82, 26 is this race. We recommend map A and to leave 42 and 82 in District 4. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Our next 2 speakers are Cedric Dean and Blanche Penn. Ms. Penn, she's online. Ms. Penn will be online, so you'll be able to watch her on the screen. All right? Mr. Dean, thank you.
I have another 200 residents that adopt what we're saying. The Voting Rights Act of 65 and 68 set forth VRA districts. Section 2 of the 65 Act prohibit any voting standard, practice, or procedure, including redistricting, that results in the denial and dilution of minority voting strength. Section 5 requires the city to submit any redistricting map to the Department of Justice to obtain pre-clearance. The city must demonstrate that the map does not have a racially discriminatory effect, like maps B and C. Maps B and C are regressive, not progressive, for Hidden Valley's voting preference. In fact, Map A is the only map that does not have a racially discriminatory purpose. Map A protects Hidden Valley and its voting strength. The U.S. Supreme Court laid out a formula, Mr. McCarley, for determining which communities need VRA districts. VRA districts, Mr. McCarley, Madam Mayor, and City Council, must ensure that communities of color have the power to elect their preferred candidates. The formula considers most factors other than the number, but the city is legally required to consider racial polarization in voting. Voting is polarized when the political preferences of District 1, all white, and precincts 82, 42, and 26, all black, differ solely by race. I'm going to finish this right here by saying this right here. District 1 has voted for all white candidates. District 4 has voted for all black candidates. We could never be a community of interest with District 1. Thank you.
Ms. Jackson, can you now have Ms. Penn up? Ms. Penn, you have 2 minutes.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we certainly can.
Thank you so much. This is Dr. Blanche Penn, and as a person of been living in the community for years, I don't get on anything unless I do some research myself. And right now I'm out of town focusing on housing, and everybody knows that with Lake Harbor, the Soul Circus, and now the map. I don't get involved unless I know that something needs to stay. As we already know, and the speakers before me have shared with.
Ms. Penn, we just lost your connection. Hold on a minute. We'll work. I'm not sure which end it's on. Ms. Penn, hold on. Can you hear me, Ms. Penn? No, her picture's not up on the screen at all. Okay. We'll have to come back to you, Ms. Penn. Hold your statement. We'll come back to you. So our next 2 speakers are Charles Robinson and Tara Long. Mr. Robinson and Ms. Long. Do I see Tara? I don't see Ms. Long.
Ms. Long
is virtual. Should we come back to the virtual folks at the end, or we'll try it? Mr. Robinson, You have 2 minutes, and then we'll try Ms. Long, Ms. Jackson.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Tonight, you have to listen to our community. It's good that you guys see our faces, and you just seen a few because a lot of my community is aging. We seldom see the representation sitting around this dais. I very seldom see at large in the community. So you're about to make a decision. We're saying no, and every time we say no, there's a fight. And so at this point, there's another lawsuit potentially coming because you didn't listen when we said housing. We said housing because density didn't make sense to us because we know you hadn't addressed infrastructure. We can't even get out of the neighborhood. But you're thinking density, so that means that you're not listening. Again, I'm the vice president of the Hidden Valley Association. This is my community. We're saying no. Mr. Dean and Ms. Charlene have absolutely given you the definition of what's supposed to be according to the law. So we ask you tonight to listen to the law. And if you don't listen to the law, we're going to take you to court and have another fight. That's something that neither of us wants. We understand that B1, you haven't had enough time to even look into it, but you're making a decision for my community. That's unacceptable at this point. Put it on hold, go back through it. It's going to cost you a few dollars, you got it, and make sure that we have the representation that we want in this community. We're working hard in Hidden Valley, a community that's going through a transition, and we're the last stand in Charlotte. You don't see too many black communities. And so when you talk about communities of interest, who are you talking about? We're one of the last ones. And I expect each one of you that's sitting around this dais to make a decision based on what you know, not how you feel, not what you think. Informed decision. And then you should have came and asked us before you decide to make a move in our community. Again, another level of disrespect that we often experience, and it's time out. So vote no. Leave us in A.
Mr. Robinson, thank you. We'll now go to Ms. Long, Tara Long, virtually. Okay, thank you. All right. Lola Gardner, Ms. Gardner, followed by Brennan McGinnis. Is Brendan McGinnis here, or is that a virtual? Okay. Mr. McGinnis is not here. So following Ms. Gardner, we will have Dorothy Brown. Ms. Brown? Okay. Thank you for coming so early and watching us through all the zoning meetings, Ms. Brown. I was just thinking you're a trooper for doing that. But I expect that you have a lot of interest in doing things that way. Exactly. All right. Ms. Gardner? Oh, who's Ms. Gardner? If you'll come down, Ms. Brown, then you'll be, thank you very much, Ms. Gardner.
I would just like to say, yes, Iola Gardner. I'm in Hidden Valley, and I've been there over 20 years, and I just have a few questions because I am totally in agreement we do not need to move out of our district. But I wanted to know, what would be the advantage or the value of moving to District 1? That would be one of my questions. Are services going to improve? Are they going to help the community have more like walking areas, more grocery stores, more things that we could use as a community? So that would be some of my questions, like you were saying in reference to things that's going to improve our community. So basically, that's it. And also, I did have another question. What's the percentage, because he mentioned District 4 had a percentage of 43.9 black voters. What was the District 1's percentage of black voters? So that would be one of my questions, too. Thank you.
Okay, we will get those questions addressed and get them out so that they're online and public for everyone to read. We won't be able to do that tonight specifically.
Oh, I thought he had a list.
Well,
Reading from.
we may have a list, but I think in order to get that, when we're we've got a number of items on our agenda, so we'll hear the public hearing. We'll get it to you as soon as possible.
Okay.
And it'll be on a public site so that everyone can see it.
All right, well, we don't want to move to District 1.
Ms. Brown.
Good evening. I come before you as chairperson of Precinct 26, which is currently in District 4. I want to first remind you that as representatives of the people, you should put the people's best interests ahead of partisanship and personal gain. Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 makes it unconstitutional to racially discriminate against communities of interest, and Section 5 gives Precinct 26 procedural due process rights. The redistricting maps of B and C do not reflect the voting preference of Precinct 26. Map B moves Precincts 1, 8, and 18, and 35 from District 1 to District 6. Then it moves Precinct 26, 42, and 82 from District 4 to District 1. Map C moves Precinct 54 from District 2 to District 1 and moves Precinct 26 from District 4 to District 2. These maps are clear gerrymandering, as Precinct 26 has historically voted for African American representation and District 1 has historically voted for white candidates. Why are some precincts being moved in and out of districts if that's not gerrymandering? Voter suppression is voter suppression regardless of what it's called.
Yep.
And I need to interject here since he mentioned the percentages. Whereas our percentage might stay, it's not our percentage staying at 43%. It's you moving us to a district where we won't get the same representation that we have in District 4. The Constitution guarantees every Precinct 26 member the power to elect their preferred representative, including one of color. The Voting Rights Acts are more important than the numbers related to demographic increase in District 4. The redistricting committee obviously agrees that numbers are not as important since District 7 is only mentioned once in Map C and not at all in Maps A and B.
Ms. Brown, thank you so much for your comments, and if you've got any that you'd like to leave with our city clerk, you're welcome to do so.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Now we are going to go back to Tara Long, who is virtual. Ms. Jackson, okay.
Hello. I'm sorry, this is not Tara Long, this is Brianna White. I don't mind going now.
All right, I can't see who's on the screen. All right, we're working through this. This is always the most difficult part of these meetings.
My name is Brianna White. I was also signed up to speak tonight. I'm not Tara Long, but I don't mind going now since I am unmuted.
I'm sorry, Madam, if Ms. White, would you just give me a moment?
We do not have her name.
We do not have a Ms. White signed up to speak, and you had to sign up in advance to speak on this item as a part of the public hearing. So I would ask you if you would email your comments to the city clerk's office, then we can include them in the information and distribute it to the council members. But because you were not signed up, we would have to take your comments and read them individually. Ms. White, did you understand me? I think I lost Ms. White. Okay.
I got an email confirmation that I was signed up, but I can send those.
Well, hold on. If you've got an email confirmation, as I said, we're all trying to adjust in virtual meetings and trying to make sure things work. So we're going to check that, but I don't want to not allow you to do what's appropriate for us, for you.
Thank you.
All right. So hold on. We're working on it, working toward it. Yes, do I go, I'm sorry, to Ms. Penn? Well, Ms. White, stay with us, and now I'm going to go to Dr. Penn again. And Dr. Penn, if you would come and complete your remarks. All right, we're pulling it together. Dr. Penn. All right. Our next speaker then in person would be Kendrick Cunningham. Mr. Cunningham?
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Kendrick Cunningham, and I am here today to represent precincts 23, 24, and 81. I'd just like to bring to your attention, specifically Councilwoman Watlington's attention, because you've been having town halls in these precincts, and we do have an invested interest in you, and we would like to keep you as our representative, and we feel that you owe it to us to protect this community of interest and keep it whole in Map A. In maps B, B1, and C, it splits a community interest, which is the West Boulevard, Clinton Park area, Wilson Boulevard communities, Camp Green, Enderley Park, Ashley Park, and all the Freedom communities. And we all have a coalition together. We organize together. We receive funding together. And having to go to two representatives that's proposed in maps B, B1, and C, that makes it more complicated for us to create the community that we're wishing to achieve. And Councilwoman Watlington, I know that because I've seen you at our events. So I just have a simple ask to not split any community's interest in the middle of an election delay. These are working family communities. I made 55 calls in the historic Southwest Corridor, and 0% knew about redistricting, and 0% knew about this community of interest being split in half. That is an issue that will complicate elections. So let's do what's right for working family communities and vote for Map A.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Harry Taylor, Mr. Taylor? Yes.
I'm Harry Taylor, and I spoke before council of this body on the 28th of June as a representative of the League of Women Voters. That day we asked you to consider executing a non-binding resolution that would conduct the 2021 redistricting process in an open, fair, and nonpartisan fashion. It's my belief that the process we asked you to follow has been followed, and we thank you for that. And furthermore, you didn't make the maps, and you're not going to make the maps. You've contracted out to have somebody else make the maps, and we appreciate that. But I'm here today to talk about something else in this regard, and it's something that I don't know whether it can be accomplished before 2031 or 2031, and that's the subject of at-large voting districts. You know, in prior to 1917, all voting districts were ward elections. In 1917, a bunch of essentially white businessmen got together and decided they wanted to diminish the power of the black vote, and they instituted a full slate of at-large districts. The county circumstances stayed that way until the 70s, when a bunch of neighborhood groups got together, petitioned for referendum vote, which passed and changed the configuration to 4 at-large districts and the 7 districts we have today. With all the considerable attacks on democracy across the state of North Carolina and across the country, it is time to end at-large voting districts. We should have 11 districts in the city council, and as I said, though that probably can't happen until the next round of redistricting, is something that we need as a city to consider and put at-large district to bed for once and for all. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. All right, our next speaker is Grover Floyd, excuse me, is it Floyd or Flood? Mr. Flood, would you come on down? Thank you.
Now, Madam Mayor.
Yes, sir.
2 minutes to get to the spot.
I got you. I understand. I understand exactly what you mean. You take your time and you just be careful.
I'm an old veteran. I'm a native Charlottean. I lived in Hidden Valley for 36 years, so I'm a relative newcomer. While our distinguished guests and everybody representing the Valley, we have generations in the Valley. It's one of the last standing neighborhoods left in Charlotte. We're on hallowed ground right here at this government center. Some of you that's been in Charlotte longer than me, in my 63 years, probably remember Brooklyn. This country was built on taxation without representation. Our representation happened 3 or 4 days ago when we found out about this meeting. Ain't no way we can put everything together in 3 days. Oh, you got a meeting at 3 o'clock on whatever day this is, Monday the 18th. You got to be there at 3 o'clock. Then they tell us 6 o'clock. Then they tell us 2 minutes to say what we got to say. I heard the young man over on this podium talk about, he used 4 words. He talked black and white, and he talked Democrat, and he also talked about Republican. I don't know where all of that's going, but I do want to know one thing. What is it to benefit, that's what my family right here behind me, what benefit is it for us? Because we already know about 2 G words, and I know my minute's up, Mayor, I'm almost up. There 2 words start with G. Gentrification, so whatever neighborhoods are left, and I got a list of neighborhoods on my paper that when we talk about black and white, we already know what time that is. So forget about that. Hidden Valley is almost gone. We're on the top of the list of the next gentrification. We get that. What benefits us going from District 4 to District 1? The other G word, don't ring the buzzer yet, Mayor. The other G word was gerrymandering. You're stacking the deck. Gerrymandering, meaning you all posture yourselves and stack the deck, and we don't have any representation. Thank y'all. I'm going home. I'm going home.
Mr. Flood, I don't want to see you on Sunday in church now. I bet you can really give us a sermon.
They only knew.
And tell them the truth. Thank you, sir. All right, now, we're going to go back to Dr. Penn, and then following Dr. I'm sorry, is Ms. White or Ms. Penn first? All right, well, let's go to Ms. Penn. We're going to come back to you to complete your remarks.
Mayor, she has a minute and 27 seconds.
I'm sorry.
Do I start the clock over?
How much?
127. 27 seconds.
Let's just go 2 minutes. Okay, it's just easier. All right, Ms. Penn.
There's something wrong with her audio. It's not connecting. So let's try to go to Ms. White.
All right. All right, we're going to go to Ms. White. Ms. White, we do have you signed up. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Well, my name is Brianna White. I'm a Charlotte native, born and raised here in the Derrida and Hidden Valley area. I'm currently residing in the Southwest I-77 corridor after being gone for about 5 years, and I'm here doing my degree in social work. I'm speaking today because of a recent assignment we had in class, and I just saw how it can be translated into the real world here, because it's one thing to write about social issues, but it's a whole other thing to actually speak up about them, especially when you see how relevant they are. In my class, I was required to look outside my door and see what type of issues were going on, and I saw affordable food deserts, I saw gentrification, and so many other things. And now I see that we have these threats to the community I'm in now, to the community I grew up in, with threat of gerrymandering. And this issue is so much more bigger than Democratic or Republican, than parties. The issues of redistricting is about making sure communities have representatives who truly represent the members of the communities and can advocate on behalf of the issues that they're facing, like all these people mentioned. In undergrad, we learned about gerrymandering, and now I've returned home and see it in my own community. Splitting the voice of a community is not only unethical, but let us also not ignore that these are historical Black communities. The historical Black community that my grandmother grew up in here in Charlotte is already long gone, and we don't want the ones that we have to keep disappearing as well. We want to make sure that we are drawing districts that afford communities an opportunity to elect a representative of our choice. When communities are divided, our voting power is diluted, and it makes it difficult to advocate for our true needs. While I was a college student in Greensboro, I saw this. The city had been so badly gerrymandered that the country's largest HBCU was starting to see stuff like that here in Charlotte as well. We just want to keep communities together. We want to say no to MAPS B and C, and we want to make sure that we're being truly represented as groups of people.
White, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. White, thank you. If you want to send us an email, you can send it to the city clerk's office with the remainder of your comments. So thank you very much for speaking today. Are we going to try Dr. Penn again? All right, Dr. Penn, I'm sorry we're having problems with your audio. If you would just send in your remarks to the city clerk, we'll make sure that they're distributed to the city council. With that, Madam Clerk, I do not have any other speakers. Has anyone else been on virtual, Ms. Jackson? All right, so this is so this is the end of our public hearing on redistricting. I just want to say that the ad hoc committee of the council will meet on Wednesday, October the 20th at 3:30 and are scheduled to meet for an hour, and will be able to be responsive to this. Now, I believe the council members have the opportunity to also ask any question that you would like to have the committee understand and get to. I have a list already. So we're going to start with Ms. Johnson, and then we'll go to Ms. Watlington. And those are the two that I have that would like to speak right away. Do I have any others? Mr. Eggleston. All right, Ms. Johnson, let's start.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I want to thank the residents for Hidden Valley for coming out and sharing your concerns. I really want to thank you. I had the pleasure of meeting with the residents in person last week for a meeting that I wasn't invited to, but I'm happy I was able to show up. I do want to address just a couple of things as far as not being advised. I personally reached out to your community leaders. At least 3 of them are here. Ms. Parker, thanks for coming, and Charles Robinson, and I'm sorry, but anyway, so I want to thank you guys for coming out again. So what we're going to do, since you all, we listen, we're here, and we hear you, and we feel you, and we want to do what's best for the city, and the District 4 and Hidden Valley. So I've spoken to Mr. Graham, and there will be another community listening session we're going to set up with the BPC, and the community will be invited. So I will be sure to reach out to you all for that event. Also, you're concerned about the 3 o'clock start time. I heard you. I came back to the mayor and council and was able to, we've moved the time. So I understand, how you feel, but the community, I can personally say I did reach out, so there was no nefarious intention for Hidden Valley. So I do want to say those things. And Mr. McCarley, can I ask a few questions to follow up on some of the community comments, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Can you please define gerrymandering?
Gerrymandering is the process of manipulating voting district boundaries to favor or disfavor a particular party, candidate, or group.
Could any of these maps be considered gerrymandering, and if so, why or why not?
I will say that none of them were designed that way, so there was no intent to do that. The one that would cause me some concern is Map A, because moving Precinct 77 into District 6 has the potential for disrupting the partisan balance in that district.
Thank you. How many precincts, let's say B1, how many precincts are being moved?
In B1, we move 16 precincts.
And how many of those are predominantly black?
I haven't counted, but I will guess for you that most of the ones being moved in all of the maps are heavily black districts, heavily black precincts. Remember that we're moving population from 3, 2, and 4, which are the ones that have a black 40-some% black population, into the districts that have relatively white populations, 1, 5, and 6. So just by logic, most of the precincts that are going to get moved will have a substantial black population in them. So, for example, in Map A, the black population in Precinct 77, there are 441 white people, 2,783 black people, 2,480 Hispanics. So moving that population into District 6 is basically moving the same number of people of a minority ethnicity and race as what we're moving with some of the others. Right. It's impossible to move that population from 3, 2, and 4 into 1, 5, and 6 without moving some precincts that have a substantial black population in them.
Why was Hidden Valley selected?
Basically because it's on the edge. If I could get Wendy
And we have to be able to hear, and I think this council has shown great respect to listen, so please help us. I understand how important this topic is, but I think if you will help us listen, we'll be able to get through this and have a good conversation to set up for the ad hoc committee meeting, if you would help us do that. Ms. Johnson? Or did I interrupt Mr. McCarley? Mr.
Yes,
McCarley,
I'm getting ready to
sorry.
answer a question. Why were 42 and 82 picked? Can I have map B1 up on the screen? Whoever has control of that. Okay, District 4 is the yellow district in the top right portion of the city map, basically in the northeast corner of the city. If you look at that map, you'll see that the precincts that border other districts are relatively large. Starting in the bottom right-hand corner, 205 is relatively large. You can't move 149 unless you also move 204, because if you move 149, 204 becomes an island. 204 is also sort of the backside of the university. So what's left is looking at 132, 82, 42, 26. 26 made some sense because it sort of sticks out, and it made some sense to clean up some of the lines. But then when you start moving up to the north and west side, nothing that doesn't touch another district can be moved, because you can't have it not be contiguous to the rest of the district. So things like 137, 141, 212, 229, 140, 239, 128, 151, 145, 238 if you move to 11, and 214 because Ms. Johnson lives there. There just aren't that many choices of what to move to balance the numbers. So when you look at what's available to be moved, 205 made sense. 42 and 82, I consciously kept together because I knew that that was, though it's 2 precincts, it's 1 neighborhood, so I consciously kept that together whenever they were moved. And it takes a lot of movement to get the population shift that's required to get back into balance. They were picked because they were on the edge and had the right numbers.
So why not in one of the precincts at the top?
You can't move the precincts at the top because they wouldn't be contiguous with any other district. They don't connect to 2 or to 5, and you can't have them as an island. They must be, pieces of the district must be contiguous to some other piece of the district.
Thank you. And then my last question, and I was asked this at the community meeting, so I'd like you to give some information if you have it. What is the advantage? Is there an advantage to Hidden Valley being moved to District 1? And if so, what would you think it is?
From my point of view as a redistricting attorney, I think there are 2. And I'm fully aware that when I say this out loud, they're not going to agree. But from my point of view, there are 2 advantages. One is that it increases the black influence in District 1 significantly. The second is that District 1, as I understand it, is likely to have an open seat, which means that the voters in those 2 precincts will have an impact on an open seat. Here are the numbers from Plan B1 that relate to this issue. The statistics for the increase in the black population in District 1 with that change is a 7.2 increase and a 5% increase in Democratic voters. And you look at that compared to the 33% of black population that it would have had, that there is an increase here from 26.3 to 33.6, which means that there is a significant amount of increase of ability to influence their choice of voters, their choice of elected representatives. The last thing I want to address about that is that several speakers mentioned that this violates the Voting Rights Act in that it violates the rights of the people in those 2 precincts. 2 quick points. First, several speakers mentioned Section 5 requiring preclearance. The U.S. Supreme Court has struck Section 5 from the Voting Rights Act. It no longer has any validity. The city is not required. No jurisdiction in the country is any longer required to submit their voting changes to the U.S. Justice Department for preclearance. The second thing I would say to you about that issue is that the voting rights of the group are applied to the jurisdiction, not to a precinct. So in this case, where the black voting percentage in District 4 remains within 0.9%, 0.9% of any variation, we have protected the voting rights of the black population in District 4. That's the measure. It's not one precinct, it's the jurisdiction. If we measured it by every precinct, we wouldn't be able to move any precincts.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's all the questions I have, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Swatlington?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Many of the questions that I had noted were also asked by the residents, and I heard you say that those will be answered. So,
Ms. Watlington, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
A little better.
Aim your mic at you.
How about now? How about now?
I'm listening very hard.
Okay, okay, right there.
There we go.
All right. I said many of the questions that I had were asked by the residents, and I heard Madam Mayor say that they'll be answered and they'll be noted publicly, so I will skip those in particular. Thank you for clarifying the legislation and what's in effect and explaining how it's actually measured. Can you just one more time for me repeat, what is the demographic change for black residents in District 1 if maps B, B1, and C were adopted?
In District 1 or District 4?
District 1. You said that it was going to go from 20-some-odd% to 30-some-odd%?
The one that changes the demographics in District 1 are maps B and B1.
Okay.
And they changed the demographics from the current is 26.3% black in District 1. With a 7.2% increase, it pops up to 33.6% black population in District 1 and 50.9% Democrat. So it strengthens the Democratic hold in that district. And also at 33% gives black voters a significant influence in picking the representative from District 1, more influence than they've ever had in the past.
Particularly in an open race, when there's likely to be more than
Yes,
one or
ma'am.
two candidates.
Where whatever candidates are in the race are not running against an incumbent. Yes, that's an advantage.
Thank you for that. The other two things I wanted to say are not so much questions, but I just wanted to comment. So first of all, as the District 3 representative, we've got the largest district. Somebody was going to be moved out of our district in an effort to do this work. And I just want to say it has been a pleasure to represent every single resident in District 3, and I don't want to see anybody go. I've enjoyed going to neighborhood meetings from the Southwest area to Parkview, to Enderley Park, to historic Camp Green. Every single one of those neighborhoods are alive and they are doing the work. And so I just tip my hat to each and every one of you. And regardless of where you sit in the district, please know that you can always call as long as I'm sitting in this seat. Because of that, it is important to me that when you talk about Plan A, Mac, and you mentioned that Precinct 77 and some of the Southwest area neighborhoods are significantly different than the neighborhoods that are in District 6. Those are the kinds of things that I'm looking at. I want to make sure that for the very things that Hidden Valley is talking about right now, that every single precinct that is impacted coming out of District 3 has the best chance to continue to get representation that reflects what they want to do. And so that's the view that I'm taking. The last thing I wanted to say is that I know it is not in scope for this particular redistricting exercise, but what I'm hearing here is that I've heard folks speak about potentially abolishing citywide reps or at-large reps. We've had many conversations about what else could we be doing to ensure that voters feel like they're getting the representation that they need. I am not opposed at all to an 8th district in a future redistricting exercise, and that's something that I hope that we're able to consider as we move forward, as we look at some of the other recommendations from the governance committee. Again, out of scope for this section, but it's certainly something that is worth a conversation going forward. That's all. Thank you.
Ms. Watlington, just to respond to one of the very specific comments you made about Precinct 77, it's almost 50-50 Hispanic and black. And if you move it into District 6, as Map A does, District 6 is 66% white, 13% black.
I'm aware. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mac, this is either for you or Rebecca. And I know you gave us this info at one point, but Rebecca, do you have data on how many people are in Precinct 77 versus how many people are in at least 42 and 82? Because it seems based on all the maps that it's an either or. It's either going to be 77 or it's going to be 42, 82, maybe 26. Is that right?
No, ma'am.
No?
No, ma'am. I don't think the only criteria that Map A really meets is to get all of the districts under 5%. It doesn't meet any of the other criteria in any significant way. It's as Mr. Driggs said, is it informational, basically? The answer is yes. I didn't move 77 in any other map because I don't think it makes any sense to put 77 into District 6.
Oh, okay. That's really interesting to know because looking at A, B, B1, and C, it looks like it's an either or. Oh, okay.
77 only moves in one of those maps, and that's Map A. It's a very large district, very large precinct. The numbers are high, as they are. The other one moved in that map is, I believe it's 99 at the top of that area, and moves it into one. It's also a very large precinct for population. But I didn't move either of those precincts in any other map. They were only done to see what's the least you could do and still be within the constitutional requirements.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Bakari, followed by Mr. Graham.
Yeah, I was just going to mention for the gentleman that spoke on the potentially 11 districts, I think that is a phenomenal idea. I think that 125,000 people that we represent on the district level around this table is larger than most cities in North Carolina. It's far too many. And I don't buy into there's 4 people that are strategic minded and the rest of us just have workload and that's how it's separated. We all do everything. There's no reason for us to not break that down into 11 districts and then we can be much more focused on how we break those out, make sure we're not gerrymandering. I think it makes all the sense in the world. We've been explained to why that is not possible in this go-round. But I think right after this is done, it would make a lot of sense for us to strategically focus on that. I would love for us to even talk about it a little bit at our strategic planning retreat if we have that opportunity. So I just wanted to mention that. And just for our first time back in the chamber, it's great to see folks engaging again. We're so grateful that you came out to speak with us, particularly those running for office this year. We appreciate you guys so much. Thank you.
All right. So before we go that Mr. Bakari suggests that we do this, that we begin to discuss this, and I agree that there needs to be a discussion, but I just don't want to get out in front of our people. I think that that's the way that people feel about this now, and sometimes when we begin these discussions without having some information about why and how and what people feel, it's just something that I think we ought to be very careful, and especially as we're coming up upon the changes that we have to make after the retreat. Just trying to make sure that we keep the community in the front of us on something like this that's so important about voting. So, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. Let me thank the residents for being here today and voicing your concerns and input on this public process. Let me thank the mayor for allowing me to chair it and my committee members for working alongside me. I think we all have, if I can speak for them, listened carefully tonight to what we've heard here and also the comments from our colleagues as well as Mr. McCarley. I think it should be noted, though, that when we received the data back from the Department of Commerce, it demonstrated a couple of things that I think our community needs to know. One, that North Carolina continues to be one of the fastest growing states in the country. It's growing in leaps and bounds. Charlotte is only one of 14 cities that has grown by 100,000 residents over the last 10 years. So we're growing significantly. When you look at Charlotte's growth, it can be found in District 2, 3, 4, and 7. There's no doubt about that as well. Mr. McCauley said we're around 875,000 in Charlotte proper. 35% of our population now is African American, 14% Hispanic and Latino, 48% Caucasian. I say all that to say this. The job of the committee in conjunction with the consultant was literally to move over 30,000 voters out of District 2, 3, and 4. Many of those residents look like me and you. Many of those residents are represented by African American council members in 2, 3, and 4. There is no intention to disenfranchise anyone. There's no intention to suppress anyone's vote. It is simply how do we pull voters from 3 into 2, from 2 into 4, from 4 into 1 and 5, and into 6. District 7 remains unchanged. And so I hope that that those who are viewing at home and those who are here understand and know that we are trying to be honest brokers. We're trying to, I believe leadership means that you tell the community some things that may not want to hear. But I think it's responsible to tell them the truth. There will be residents in District 2 will be surprised that they're moving out of District 2. There'll be black communities in District 2 will be surprised that they're moving. Black communities in District 3, black communities in District 4. That's where the growth is, and we got to move those voters out into the other districts. And so I hope that you will stay engaged. Our next meeting is this coming Wednesday, as the mayor indicated. We have 4 possible scenarios in front of us. We will take what we heard into consideration. For those who want to add additional comments, you can go and look at all the maps at redistricting@charlottenc.gov. You can email us, rather, any additional questions, comments, and we'll do our best to be responsive to them. And if you want additional information about the maps, you can find them at, let me get my notes, quick, which is Charlotte, there we go. You can find them at cltgov.me/redistricting, cltgov.me/redistricting. I've represented Hidden Valley as a council member, as a state senator for over 14 years. I've stood on 42 and 82 asking for votes when I was not asking for votes, working to solve issues like potholes and sidewalks, model neighborhood guidelines. The mayor may be familiar with that.
I remember that.
Working on North Tryon Street. And so there's no one in that room trying to do anything to impact negatively Hidden Valley or any other minority district. Last point, and I'll yield. No matter what we do in any of the maps, District 2, District 3, and District 4 is poised to elect African American leadership. A smart candidate in District 1 in an open seat who has the ability to form coalitions can win. That's the political side of this thing, right? This is inherently political, and I'm just being very transparent. But the numbers are what they are, which I go back to the main point. We got to move 30,000 voters. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, Mr. Phipps.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Census Department is about to embark on a reconciliation of the last census. They're going to be going door to door trying to figure out the imbalance of the current census numbers. They already project a significant undercount of African American residents and other residents of color. So I would hope that when they conduct this survey or review of the census data, that members will be able to partake of that. But also, it's been said here tonight that there has been a significant effort to gather petition names from various residents throughout the Hidden Valley community. I would ask that those names be submitted to our clerk so that maybe we could get copies of those too. So I wanted to acknowledge the work that's been done by the community to collect those signatures. So we would like to have them. Thank you.
Wait. I know y'all can have a conversation about how you want to do it. We are open for business tomorrow, so certainly able to get it when, I mean, they're going to meet on Wednesday, but if we need to return them to you, we can, okay? All right. I think that concludes the public hearing. I think we've had a great conversation and we've listened carefully. I look forward to the report from the ad hoc committee. And again, please review it, watch it on the government channel or Facebook Live or one of the other options that we have for it. Before we get you to leave, hold on a minute. I'd just like to read this statement. Charlotte Water has had a significant water main break near Remount and Barringer. Drive. I think that's, crews are isolating the valves, and customers are experiencing interruption in service and low pressure. And they're working on it because the water main, they're trying to isolate the water main break. Service has started to return to some areas that lost service, but what we really need to ask you to do is please do not call 911 because you have a water outage. We are very much aware. There's a lot of opportunities to view it on Facebook and Twitter and to see how, I mean, I've never seen anything go that high in Charlotte. It's like just something that has happened, but using 911 makes it very difficult for us. So with that, does the council need a break, a 5-minute break?
Yes.
A 5-minute break, recess for 5 minutes, and then we'll come back and rejoin our zoning meeting. Thank you very much. That our zoning committee of the planning commission will come back and join us again. I know, Ms. Samuels, if you have to call them back in, that would be great. But let's go ahead and get started. We're on agenda item number 28, rezoning petition for a public hearing 2021-033 by Charlotte Pipe and Foundry Company for approximately 55 acres located along the north and south side of the John Belt Freeway. It's in District 2 and 3. The current zoning is mixed-use development optional, general industrial, and general industrial conditional. The proposed zoning is uptown mixed-use optional with 5-year vested rights. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon resolution of issues related to transportation and site and building design. So with that, we'll go ahead and have the staff make a presentation on this one. And then we have Mr. Brown. Will you coordinate the speakers? We've got several speakers, but if you'll lead us off, and then we'll go from there.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry, did I skip item 27? No, we're good. Okay. All right, that was the public store, or the grocery store.
Right.
Those drive-ins. Okay, here we go. All right, Mr. Pettin.
Thank you. 2021-033. It's 55 acres. It's split between the John Belk Freeway on both north and south side, east of Interstate 77, south Min Street, of course, catty corner to Stadium uptown. The current zoning is MUD O. We also have industrial, I-2, and also I-2 conditional zoning on the site. The proposed zoning is to take all the parcels involved and rezone those to UMUD optional with 5-year vested rights. This property is governed by several different plans. The West Moorhead Corridor Vision and Concept Plan from 2001 calls for mixed use. The Central District Plan from 93 does call for some industrial uses. That's, I think, just a holdover from what was obviously the existing use on the site. And then, of course, the Center City 2020 Vision Plan recommends the creation of mixed-use neighborhoods near transit stations. The proposal itself, as mentioned, is to really allow all uses permitted in UMUD between the two development areas, A and B. There's optional provisions related to street frontages for I-77 and 277. Also, there's things like temporary special event parking to be allowed as a principal use throughout the year, as well as some signage provisions that are being continually refined. Also, there's temporary NCDOT interchange for a no-build zone, as well as transportation improvements that will be laid out in 2 phases, all tied to the different development entitlements that could be developed on the site. There's also a reservation and dedication of CATS right-of-way for the conceptual light rail corridor. You can see that on the screen as that dotted blue line. That's that conceptual corridor as adopted by the new alignment for the Silver Line. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design to continue to work through. It's consistent with most of the plans that we had mentioned earlier. However, it is consistent with that old district plan from 93 recommending industrial uses for those parcels south of 277 where the existing foundry is. So with that, we'll turn it over to the project team and we'll take any questions after their presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brown, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Colin Brown on behalf of the Pipe and Foundry team. I've coordinated our time, so we have our entire team here if you have questions. And so you all know, we have to submit our presentation before we see Dave's, and Dave's got it pretty well covered. I think most of you have actually had an opportunity to come out and stand on the site, look at it, literally in the shadow of Uptown and really the gateway to our city from the airport side of town. So it's an exciting parcel. Charlotte Pipe and Foundry has been operating on this property for over 100 years. We think this is a nice evolution of the site and will certainly be a legacy for the Charlotte Pipe and Foundry team. As Dave has mentioned, you know, this is in line with a lot of our new plans. I think you've probably heard Ms. Dodson talk about plans for this future district in this area, and certainly we just see this as a component as this area of the city, and we would say Center City, continues to evolve. Really getting high marks for compliance for the new 2040 plan. Unsurprisingly, we think this, this 55 acres so centrally located to employment and transit does not make sense for heavy industrial uses, which is what is allowed now. And so we think this zoning proposal matches up very nicely with the 2040 plan and the new 2040 plan map, which labels this as a regional activity center. As Dave mentioned, we've got great access to Uptown, network of streets, and the proposed Silver Line corridor. As a part of this process, we've been hosting community meetings since early in the year. We started out with informal meetings with the adjacent neighborhoods, 3rd Ward, Wesley Heights, Wilmore neighborhoods. I think all of them are excited about this evolving into an active urban area. And one of the real fruits of that conversation was working with CATS and realigning the Silver Line to follow the Norfolk Southern corridor. So we continue working with them. As Dave mentioned, when we started this, we were proposing a straight up UMUD zoning. About halfway through, we converted to a conditional zoning so that we could address some transportation, some long-term transportation goals. And we spent the last several months working with CATS, the Charlotte Department of Transportation, and the North Carolina Department of Transportation on including some conditions in here that will set us up to be successful long-term with this property. With that, happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right. Are there any questions for the staff or the petitioner? Mayor Pro Tem?
I just have a question. I should have asked this on the one we had earlier that was 50-some acres. Does this, with it being UMUD, it doesn't guarantee us or assure us that there would be any open space, does it?
No, it would have to meet the requirements of the UMUD ordinance, and this is a very urban area, Councilmember Heisel, so similar to what you see uptown where we have some urban open spaces, but not large expanses of open space would be required.
So once we do the rezoning, we don't really have an opportunity to negotiate with a developer that we'd like a pocket park or anything like that.
Well, we've had a lot of conversations with you and your colleagues about this. And on several of these points, as we said, well, there's some things we'd love to see here. And we do believe Charlotte Pipe and Foundry, uniquely is not a developer. They're a property owner. Yeah. And so what we're trying to do is set up this zoning to allow a wide variety of future development types. We do think, in our conversation with the city staff, have been consistent with this, that with a project like this, it is very likely that there will be further negotiations with the city, potentially some public-private partnerships that would be required to work together for infrastructure and other things related to this. So I do think, we think that there's probably another bite at the apple following the rezoning process.
Okay, and yes, we have had a lot of conversations, but it just really occurred to me that, we can't, when we do something like this proactively, and when I said developer, I mean a future developer, so not knowing who would come in and develop it, we lose the ability to say, how does this align with our CAP goals? How does it align, with any of our goals, frankly? So I don't know how to solve for that. I don't know. Dave or Tywod has.
Dave is shaking his head. Do you want to address that?
Yeah, I think that's a good point to bring up. I think there are some challenges not knowing exactly some of the details of what would happen in the different development areas. I think overall, maybe there's some conversations we can have about how that would be addressed long-term. Are there, just language in the plan that can talk about maybe not the location or size, but specifics about what could potentially be provided? So I think we can still have some of those conversations, but it does, kind of run us into that challenge of providing flexibility within the project so it can attract somebody that could come in and we can work with a little bit more in detail to get some of those outcomes versus trying to get it all in place now that may not be the same outcome we get down the road because it may not be the most desirable place for some of those types of locations for either pocket parks or larger expanses of green space. So I think there's still some dialogue we can continue to have, and I think that's a very valid point to bring up, and I'm certainly willing to have some of those conversations with the petition team to see how we might be able to solve some of that question.
Yeah, and I don't know if you can, but we give away all of our bargaining chips once we agree to just a blanket rezoning. We don't know if we'll accomplish any of our goals. We just kind of hope for the best, and that's not great.
Okay.
Well, Mayor Pro Tem, if I recall, a year ago or so, we talked about how even in a dense environment, how to create open space. I remember, trees being planted and hammocks and open space and creating it wasn't a pocket park the way that we would have a basketball or half-court basketball, but it was creating amenities. I think it's worth the conversation as you go through this to start discussing how much of the space has to be or used for office and development. But also, I would hope that there be this opportunity for us to talk about the designs that we have seen in the past that really address how to build something urban with amenities that would be first, I think, good for our environment, but also just good that people would participate and have spaces to walk outside. I mean, if there's anything that we've learned through COVID is to be just inside of a building is not sufficient for the creativity and the work that I think is being done. So I would ask the staff to explore those possibilities and to see what kind of notes could be addressed and come back to us with ideas around it.
Certainly. Thank you.
Before we approve the
Before the decision. Yes, thank you, that is a key point. All right, Mr. Winston?
Can you just, I'm sorry, I apologize if I missed it, but can you just say what's happening or what's not happening with that little carve-out in Development Area A that borders
So-
Port Street?
If the screen that we're looking at now, Councilmember Winston, I
Kind of
put this
gray
up.
area? Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
I put this up because, as we've heard, we mentioned 55 acres, and certainly sounds great to say we have 55 acres. So this is to show you how quickly that 55 acres dissipates as we look at all the potential transportation improvements that may be needed in this area. Mr. Winston, these shaded areas here and here, this is conversations with the North Carolina Department of Transportation about improvements that they may make to 277 and I-77. So essentially, all of these zones here, we're committing to no build for a period of at least 2 years as the North Carolina Department of Transportation continues to evaluate how these interstate and possibly interchange improvements are made. As you can see, off to the site. On this end of the site, we're essentially carving off this side for future dedication for the Silver Line. And then additionally, we'll have improvements along Moorhead. So as you can see, this 55 acres pretty quickly gets down to 30 acres or so with the reservations and future dedications that would be needed for our transportation infrastructure.
Well,
Is that the piece you were referencing, or were you
no,
referencing the donut hole?
I was referencing the little donut hole
sorry.
that is not part
This is
of
not,
it.
this is not part of the rezoning. This is owned by a different property owner, and it would retain its existing zoning. Sorry.
What exists there? And what's the
I believe that is the United Air Filter facility. So that's a business that has been operating, I think, for a number of years.
What is the land use?
Hazard to say, I don't know if they do manufacturing out there or not. I don't want to speculate, Dave, if you.
Yeah, it's currently zoned I-2 as well, and it's like a light manufacturing type facility. So that's just one of those outliers that hasn't been consolidated into a project like this. They're, that's.
Yeah, it does.
That'll just remain until they're ready.
I would wonder how since it is quite the outlier, what kind of I've never seen one quite like that. So what should we be considering there, I guess?
Property owner is aware of the rezoning process. I think they've met with staff, so they're certainly aware of the changes going on.
Yeah, we've discussed the project going on around them and, kind of gave them some options to consider about how they might want to move forward. We haven't heard of anything of a firm commitment about what they want to do. They're certainly aware of their options. They'd like to, remain in operation, but I think they also want to weigh, how this may change what goes on around them and what their longevity in that spot may be.
All right. Okay. Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Mayor Pro Tem had raised this question of having an open space. Is county involved in this conversation? Mr. Brown?
We have not had a conversation with County Parks and Recs specifically, though I'm sure they've provided comments on the rezoning.
I think it would be, I'm interested in hearing from the county. I know there are times that we talk about open space and county already has a plan, just like we had with the university where they had acquired over 25 acres close to the rezoning we were discussing last month. I'm not sure what county's plan is in terms of the part specifically around this area. So it would be interesting to get feedback from county so that we know how we can collaborate on the open space. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Driggs?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a concern as well that I've conveyed to the petitioner about the kind of blank check nature of this. And I'm particularly interested in how we transition to the UDO and to our new planning environment, assuming we are approved this with 5-year vesting rights. And I don't know if this is a legal question or what, but are they then grandfathered under the MUD-O development conditions? Or if their development period extends out for years, what happens after 5 years? How does that work?
That's a good question.
It's not.
I'll answer unless you want to.
Well, it's not a simple question because it by right by statutory requirement you get 2 years vested rights, and you can get 5 years, up to 5 years if the council allows it. But some action has to be undertaken in that 5 years for the vesting period to begin. Otherwise, you do lose it after that 5-year period. But if you have CD plans under 160D, there is some additional protection that you get. So it's probably something that we maybe, as a legal department, can give you some more information on. It's kind of complicated too.
Because I think, Mr. Brown, how long do you think the entire development under this rezoning will take?
I'd hate to speculate, Councilmember Driggs, but certainly I heard Mr. Carmichael try to answer the same question earlier. Certainly a multi-year development.
So I guess for the moment, I would just like clarification as we transition to our UDO about how this rezoning operates at that location. And I've said before, I do have a bit of a concern about the blank check. Although I agree with you, Mr. Brown, a large site like this is worth more as a big property to a big buyer than it would be in piecemeal development, for example. And I think that transaction with the big buyer probably does involve the city in the future and give us perhaps the opportunity, by virtue of our financial participation in infrastructure and things, to weigh in on how it is developed. But I think our position in those conversations is weaker if we've already issued the zoning permission. So that's a concern I have. But if we could get clarification about the transition to the UDO and how the 5-year vested rights work, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think also if we could just send out to council how the vested rights are and work legally, and maybe use some examples of how it has, when you've not met the deadline or when you have met the deadline, you can see the results of that. I think that would be very helpful for all of us to understand in more detail. Are there any other speakers on this agenda item, on this public hearing? All right, hearing none, I'm
Second.
sorry. We have a motion to close and a second. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, thank you. The next item is item number 29, petition 2021-060 by SRL Central Avenue Properties for approximately 2.5 acres located at the intersection of Central and Morningside Drive in District 1 in the beloved Plaza Midwood community. The current zoning is neighborhood business, general business, and the proposed is mixed-use development. Staff recommends approval of this item, and will support that. And I don't believe we have speakers for that one. Sorry. Item 29, Mr. Ferguson and Mr. LaTorre. So we'll have a staff presentation, and then we'll have 3 minutes for the speakers that support the item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-060, about an acre and a quarter on Central Avenue in Morningside is in the Plaza Midwood community, currently zoned B1, B2. I believe there's also, B1, B2, excuse me, and the proposed zoning is for MUD-O, mixed-use development optional. Adopted future land use from the Central District Plan does recommend retail and single-family uses up to 4 DUA for the site. The proposal itself is for any non-residential use or combination of non-residential uses allowed within the MUD zoning district. That would be capped at a 50,000 square foot size building. Notes that gas stations, car washes, self-storage, and other auto-oriented uses are prohibited on the site. It does include some transportation improvements, such as the construction of 2 ADA curb ramps at Central and Morningside. Commits to the construction of an 8-foot planting strip, 8-foot sidewalk along the back of the existing curb along Central, as well as an 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk along the site's frontage with Morningside Drive.
commits to preferred building materials and excludes materials like vinyl, does orient the building against Central Avenue and Morningside while providing parking and some enhanced landscaping to the rear of the site, commits to a maximum height of 60 feet, limits freestanding lighting to 15 feet, and also requests one optional provision which would reduce the required parking and only provide one space per 1,000 square feet for all uses. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues on transportation and some technical revisions related to site and building design to work through. As mentioned, it's mainly consistent with the Central District Plan. There is some minor inconsistency with the backside of the lot where it's still recommended for single-family uses, but overall, the petition is consistent with the Central District Plan, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Ferguson or Mr. Latore, would you like to speak?
Yes, I'll be speaking. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and Committee. Russell Ferguson, representing the petitioner. Also have the principal of SRL Central Avenue Apartments with me tonight, Stefan Latore, who'll be finishing up the presentation. As always, I want to thank staff for their support and help on this, and I think we are able to resolve a few outstanding issues on the last revision. This petition, as mentioned by Dave, is to allow the development of what is anticipated to be primarily a retail and office building on the corner of Central Avenue and Morningside Drive. It's currently in a very aging gas station and some single-story retail that has also kind of reached a certain age where it isn't is kind of at the place where it's going to be replaced or renovated. I think this project is a really good fit for the location. It meets as Dave mentioned, the past land use or the current land use maps. It's also likely to fit into the future land use maps being contemplated. Some of the highlights of this project are that it's more of the form is controlled by the building footprint, by the patio footprint, by height controls, and by maximum square footage. There's also a specific maximum square footage for retail and EE type uses to make sure that traffic and parking doesn't get out of hand. It is very pedestrian-oriented design, bringing the building to the front, putting the parking in the rear, building modern scale sidewalks, and then through cross-access, as you can see on the rear of the parcel there, we'll connect to several existing large commercial parking lots that are not utilized in the evening hours. We kind of reached a Goldilocks point with the neighborhood. It also removes a few curb cuts that are there that are non-compliant type curb cuts on the corner that make it very challenging to walk in the area. We have received the support of the Plaza Midwood Land Use Committee by consensus. We presented to Commonwealth Morningside, which is just to the south of Central Avenue as well. We had 2 community meetings fully noticed and an additional separate meeting for all the immediate neighbors on Morningside Drive. We're happy to have a supportive environment from the neighborhood. I think that's a very important thing. We spent a lot of time trying to kind of reach this Goldilocks consensus on how big the parking should be. With that, I'd like to hand it over to my client, Stefan Latore, and address the council as well. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Stefan Latore. I've operated my law firm, Latore Law Firm, on Central Avenue since 1996. 10 years ago, I built a 14,000 square foot building, and a few years later, an 8,000 square foot building, and I operate my law firm in both those buildings. The purpose of this rezoning is to improve this property, which is next to our office buildings, and provide some amenities for my team at my law firm and also the community. We plan to have some retail and some office use, and we plan to use part of this building for our law firm's future expansion. So we believe this is a project that is going to benefit our community.
Mr. Latore, as much as I hate to do this to my friends, time's up. So we're done.
I was finished. Thank you.
If there are any questions or comments, we're going to have Mr. Eggleston.
Thank you, Russell and Stefan, and thank you for, as Russell said, being proactive in terms of engaging not only the community that this is technically in, but the community that this is adjacent to. I think this will be a vast improvement over the existing condition, and Mr. Latore, obviously not something that can be put into the rezoning, but as a successful local business owner in our community, I hope that as this project moves forward, there will be preference given to small local businesses that make that corridor so special, as opposed to ones that maybe would not fit in with that corridor as well. Small immigrant-owned businesses often in that stretch of Central Avenue. So, but I do think this would be a great improvement. And anybody else have their hand up?
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item?
Motion to close.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Ms. Ajmera.
Ms. Ajmera?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm excited about this rezoning petition because it expands the work that this law firm does, especially for our immigrant community and the immigration law that they practice. I know many community members who live in this corridor would be very grateful for this. So thank you for the work that you do, Mr. Latour.
Thank you. All right, I have Mr. Eggleston made a motion to close. Was there a second?
Second.
We have a second from Mr. Newton. Any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmera?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, the next item is item number 30. Rezoning petition 2021-082 by Kinger Homes, approximately 3/4 of an acre located on the east side of Craig Avenue. It's in District 5. The current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon technical revisions related to site and building design. So we will now hear from the speakers, and Paul Pinnell will be supportive of this and will be speaking following the staff presentation. Mr. Pinnell will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-082, 0.39 acres on Craig Avenue. The existing zoning of R3 do have a proposed rezoning of UR1 conditional. The adopted future land use from the South District Plan does recommend single-family residential up to 3 dwelling units per acre for the site. This proposal would be to construct 3 dwellings on the site. One would be a duplex, which would be the first one on Lot 1 at the corner of Craig Avenue and the newly improved Falcon Street that would run in front of those 2 lots. That duplex building would be designed to present one of the front doors onto Craig Avenue and the other would front onto Falcon Street. The single-family dwelling would be oriented to Falcon Street, and also there's architectural features related to facade, building materials, usable porches and stoops, patios would be provided, as well as limitations on blank walls. There'd be an 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk along both Craig Avenue and Falcon Street. Also improves and constructs Falcon Street to city standards to the eastern property line, provides a 35-foot setback along Craig Avenue from the existing back of curb. Existing future back of curb, and a 26-foot setback from future back of curb on Falcon Street. That would help to align that building along Craig Avenue primarily with existing buildings on that street currently. Also, there's 2 large mature trees that would be preserved along Craig Avenue within the setback, so that increased setback on Craig Ave would help to maintain those 2 existing trees on site. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some technical revisions related to site and building design to work through. While it is inconsistent with the district plan, it is consistent with general development policies that do support up to 8 units per acre. So with that, we'll take any questions following Mr. Pinnell's presentation.
All right, Mr. Pinnell, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. As always, Dave, thank you for the very thorough presentation. Sometimes you got to leave us something to talk about. As Dave had mentioned, actually, if you could just go ahead and fast forward here to slide number 4 for me, which is just there we go. Thank you, right there. Just to reiterate some of Dave's high-level points, this rezoning will be increasing the setback along Craig Avenue to establish that traditional setback for the homes along Craig Avenue there today. We'll be protecting some trees along Craig Avenue as well, increasing the setback along the to-be constructed Falcon Street, and also tree save in the back. Initially, this rezoning petition had been submitted for 3 single-family homes. Upon planning's request for a duplex and single-family home, we were able to accommodate that, which we were excited about. And with that, that would conclude the presentation, and we'll open it up for any questions that council may have.
Are there any questions regarding this petition from council?
I just have a comment, Madam Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I know this is 0.39 acre. It's a very small lot, and still they're preserving two mature trees. So thank you. This is the kind of development we need.
Thank you for your comment.
All right. Do I have any other comments? I have a motion to close.
Motion to close?
All right, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston? Thank
Yes.
you. All right, the next item that we have is agenda item 31, rezoning petition 2021-090 by APM Mallard Creek for approximately 4.2 acres located on the west side of Mallard Creek on W.T. Harris. It's in District 4. The current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is multifamily residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation, site design, and environmental issues. So the staff will do a presentation. This is our first item where there is a speaker that is opposed to the petition. So, Mr. Patel, you'll have 10 minutes, as well as Lynn Teen Lee will have 10 minutes. And then you will have, Mr. Patel, you will have 2 additional minutes at the end for rebuttal. So if we can begin, you don't necessarily have to take all 10 minutes. If you choose not to, we can certainly make these points sharp and to the point and not take as long. All right, Mr.
All right,
Patton.
thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-090, just over 4 acres on Mallard Creek, currently zoned R3, proposed rezoning to R8 MF conditional. The adopted future land use from the Northwest District Plan calls for single-family residential up to 4 dwelling units per acre. We do apply the general development policies given the date of that district plan, and it does meet the general development policies for consideration of up to 8 dwelling units per acre. And the petition itself is for 33 for-sale townhome units. That density comes in right at 7.9 units per acre. There's a 12-foot multi-use path that would be provided along with an 8-foot planting strip on Mallard Creek Road. We do have 14 guest parking spaces that would be committed to dispersed throughout the site. 24-foot Class C buffer abutting the single-family homes. We do limit building height to 40 feet, which is consistent with our single-family residential zoning. All freestanding lighting would be uniform in design and fully shielded, not exceed 22 feet in height. And also there's architectural details that have been committed to that would include things like building materials, prohibition on vinyl siding, there'd be combination of things like fiber panel siding, fiber cement siding, brick stucco, EIFS, vinyl siding, and synthetic stone. They would have building elevations designed with vertical bays or architectural features that would include a combination of at least 3 of the following, which would be wall offsets, columns, pilasters, change of materials or colors, awnings, or other architectural features, as well as meters and HVAC units and other type of utilities would be screened from all adjacent properties. Staff does recommend approval of the petition. We do have some outstanding issues related to transportation, site design, and some environmental items to work through. While it is inconsistent with the adopted district plan, it is consistent with the general development policies of up to 8 dwelling units per acre. Staff will be happy to take questions following presentations by both the petitioner as well as the member of the public that signed up to speak as well. Thank you.
All right, we have Jay Patel, Matt Gallo, and William Wallace speaking for, and you have a combined 10 minutes that you really don't have to use all of.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, and thank you, Madam Mayor, Madam Pro Tem, esteemed members of the Charlotte City Council and Charlotte Planning Committee. Thank you all for your time and attention this evening. I'd also like to extend a thank you to Michael Russell and Councilwoman Johnson, both of whom have been gracious with their time and input as we've navigated this process. I will be presenting this evening on behalf of the petitioner, APM Mallard Creek, LLC, and as has come with the previous rezoning presentations, most of what was covered in the prior presentation is also in my slideshow here. So I'll go ahead. I'm trying to navigate some of the slides. Here we go. So just to give you an aerial view of the site, this is it here. It's largely, it's a large tract, 2 tracks side by side, composing roughly 4.18 acres right off of Mallard Creek Road. You can see neighboring the site residential communities, and you can also note its proximity here toward the corner of Mallard Creek Elementary School. This is a look at the proposed site plan and what has been reviewed and recommended for approval. Again, it's 33 townhome units. The proposal will have 6 buildings, and you can see the buffer area, 18 feet in and around the development on the sides and here along the back, neighboring the Lampkin Way properties, and then in and around the detention pond, a 24-foot buffer. Sorry, I'm having a little trouble with the slides here. Okay. During our meetings with the community back on September 7th, there were several members in attendance. We actually had over 20 community members attend the meeting, only one of which is in opposition this evening. Among the chief concerns presented at the time of the meeting were stormwater and water runoff stemming from the site, and then also parking and overflow of the townhome site parking. So as to drainage, the plan proposes a detention pond, and that detention pond is going to be located at the lowest corner of the site. So again, if you look at the site plan, you can see back there in the rear corner, the detention pond set aside. This will be at the lowest corner and designed so that the water runoff and stormwater can drain to the detention pond away from the streets. Keep in mind that it's going to be designed and engineered during the design process with a civil engineer, and that it will have to meet the city stormwater standards. There were no issues or comments from city stormwater in relation to this proposal. So everything in relation to meeting the stormwater standards will be met in order for us to obtain permitting during the development stage. One thing that we did do in this process was we had communication with Watershed Area Manager Doug Losner, and he did note that a detention pond such as this is sometimes used for townhome developments. And the benefit is that while there's going to be green and underdeveloped space being removed from the site and replaced with impervious elements, ultimately what's going to happen is because of this detention pond and its design, the water runoff is actually going to be released at a slower rate than it was previously. So even though we're developing everything and there's concern from the residents as to water runoff, our proposal will actually help address those concerns rather than worsen the effects that they currently have with drainage. Also, parking was a key issue. And again, if we look to the site plan, we addressed that with the addition of these 10 guest parking spaces. You can see those toward the rear facing in at the detention pond. Each unit is going to be equipped with a driveway and a garage. So each unit is going to have its own natural set of parking spaces assigned with it. And then in addition, we have 4 guest parking spaces here on the side. And then because we wanted to implement some of those community concerns, we added in the 10 new spaces toward the back. So that will address the fears surrounding overflow into the neighboring community. In addition to us addressing those community concerns, I would like to reiterate that this plan is in consistency with the general development policies that support the density of 8 dwellings per acre. And moreover, this proposal, I believe, is the exact type of development that's encouraged through the guiding principles of the Charlotte Future 2040 Comprehensive Plan. 5 of the applicable goals of that plan, we've met 4 of those. This provides for 10-minute neighborhoods, so essential amenities, goods, and services are in close proximity. And one of the key strengths of this plan is that it provides for neighborhood diversity. As Charlotte continues to grow, we want to provide a diversity of housing options, and that occurs through the increase of middle density housing. And townhomes are that exact thing that we're looking for, especially with a growing city. Right now, this is underdeveloped land. There's only 6 single-family residences on site, so you have a large portion of untapped acreage. And by putting in 33 units, we can provide some good housing options to our ever-growing population. And I think while it doesn't create affordable housing, it does stand to serve as 2 key demographics. Quite frequently, we see older senior citizens moving in or downsizing to townhome units. So this would be an available option for them. And then also first-time home buyers right now are in a tough spot, having to try and find price points that fit what they need in a situation where there's low inventory at that approximated $350,000 starting range. This may provide them that option as well. So it's providing an opportunity for first-time home ownership and opportunity for downsizing. And ultimately, I think with these strengths, in comparison to the recommendation from the planning staff and the fact that we've addressed community concerns, the rezoning petition warrants approval.
All right. At the conclusion, is that good?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm fine with my presentation.
All
I mean, I cede the floor to Mr. Lee if he's ready
All
to
right.
present.
So now we'll hear from our speaker who opposes the petition, Mr. Lee.
Hey, good evening. This is Lin Tian. I go for Davis. Thanks for mayors and community activities allow me to speak up the public safety concerns. Some more information only partially presents, I guess one-sided, right? There are a lot of our community concerned. Unfortunately, they cannot make it. So I'm representing some of the school teachers, which is nearby, and also with our Co-op Park communities residential years. Let me give you 30 seconds of background about me. I came from Charlotte about 30 years ago. Studied in the mechanical engineer, computer science, graduate from UNC Charlotte. I'm in love in the city of Charlotte. I moved into the Co-op Park community 23 years ago, 1998. So I've been living in this community for 23 years. I witnessed growing of Charlotte's communities, right? The large cities, a lot of benefit, a lot of economic growth. Also, there's a lot of infrastructure need to catch up, especially in the sections of Mountain Creek roads. It already over congest. If you ever been during the morning time or schools after hour, right? The traffic backups more than half mile, sometimes 1 mile. Now the impact to the Mountain Creek's the traffic jam, right? Also, there's a lot of traffic accidents. It also impact to the horizontal on the other joint sections. The car can unable to turn to Mountain Creek due to the school hours. And that's one of many reasons. One of the reasons because the 4 large apartments has been built recently. Infrastructure is now in catch up. The left-hand side of our community was R3, single family, rezoning successful become apartments. Now, if we continue at straight to the Mountain Creek, right? That's going to be last short to create even complicated issues, right? Give you some more ideas. Mountain Creek schools also share the entries with the greenways. So during morning, traffic is very bad. There's morning residential exercise around the park car in and out, the school bus in and out. There are our community and existing apartment. We try to get out to the work so we can pay the tax. So there's really huge traffic already at the towns of concern. And accidents happen all the time, increase year by year when we see the apartment show up, right? There are runners, there are pedestrians on the sidewalk too. Now we cut through another large high density, so residential multi-family, right? The car in and out will increase the traffic for sure. One thing I'm not sure, when I read through the community, right, there's some ratios I'll raise up later on. The traffic trip count is not right. At 33 units, right, they say only increase to 220, but with the 12 units, there's 150. So they use the inconsistent ratio to count the traffic too. That's a major concern on public safety. A lot of school children in the morning, they walk through from the apartments to the school, right? So with increase the traffic in and out, the increase the accident too. So that's really the primary public safety concern. School children, CMS schools staffing and teachers. That's a really huge concern on my side and our communities. Second, some more information was not based on the fact, right? As manufacturers, I send the emails and picture evidence to the builders, to the lawyers, also to the zoning community, right? There are erosion problems. It happens before the rezoning the apartment on the size of our community, right? After that, I has been invest a lot of monies, right? I go on the tree, I take out the pipe fence, I go on 42 Leon cypress. I grow a lot of bushes. I spend $100,000 or $1,000 with like a pine needles bale, trying to reduce the water flows. The reason being because the current 4.6 acres of land, right? They are in the higher ground. Our community lower ground. So waters naturally choose. Everybody know water chooses from the high ground to lower grounds. So during the rainings, right? Not even tropical storm, just a heavy raining, thunderstorm, right? They are land or the erosion and wash from my current properties. I did provide the picture evidence for the communities for that. Okay, so that's kind of second concerns there. We need to resolve issue. That's really based on fair, right? I also take pictures, present the evidence for the community too. The third one, yeah, thank you for that. That's a picture too, right? Even I invest a lot of money in prevention. Can you stay on this picture? This shows, sorry, the next one. Yep. So you can see the water is from higher ground to lower ground, right? I plant a lot of bushes, trees. I use the pine needles, all natural material, because I like to protect our environmentals, right? Instead of use other stuff, I use the try to natural breakdowns and slow down the water flow. It can't. So there's still a lot of washout to the city through its system, which is the damage our city too. I try to contact the builder and lawyers. They are the way to maybe ease out concern, right? Like extend the retention wall, build a brick wall instead of the wooden private fence, right? That's not going to prevent the issues, and I didn't get any positive response back. Okay, would you mind to advance the 2 slides? Yep, stay here. So you can see about 15 years ago, I have a private fence, wooden fence. I have choices, right? Either I replace the wooden fence or I can get the vinyl sidings. I didn't do neither one, right? Because the wooden private fence, it really cut down a lot of trees. It's not good for environmentals. The plastic, the cheap stuff, right, is also poison to environmentals. What I did, I spent thousands of dollars hiring landscapers. You can see the pine tree, behind the pine tree, they are Leon cypress. 15 years ago, they're only 6 foot. Now they're fully grown to the 20 foot of trees. And there are 42 of them surrounding my properties. Why I'm doing that? Because it's good for city of Charlotte, good for environmental. There's tons of the birds, cardinal birds, they're nasty. I see the eagle, I see even during the night, right? There's the barn owls standing in the tree. It's beautiful, right? So we try to create the environmental.
Mr. Lee, you have about 2 minutes left. I just want to make sure you're aware of your time.
Sure. So I want to draw conclusions, and one is public safety. The Mountain Creek already over congest. There's a traffic jam every single day during the school days. At least half mile impact Mountain Creek, Prosperity in Churchill. Second, there's erosion problems. I showed the picture of evidence. So on this way to prevent the issue, right? But builders sound like they're more interested into the profit taking. Original site map, even the city's zoning community recommends a 24 foot of buffer. The site map shows 6 foot adjacent to existing residential area, which show no respect. And after that, that's just, whenever I make a recommendation, suggestion, try to work with builders or the lawyer, right? I get a silent response. Thanks for your listening.
All right, so we will now go back to the petitioner. Mr. Patel, would you like to, you have 2 minutes for a rebuttal.
Okay, on behalf of Mr. Patel, again, this is William Wallace.
Okay.
Just as to the traffic, there was no traffic impact study required for this site, and CDOT requires a traffic impact study if the development's going to generate 2,500 or more vehicular trips per weekday. Obviously, as Mr. Lee referenced, this is going to account for 210 trips per day. So it's minimal in comparison. Also, a study is required by CDOT when it's going to affect a location with high vehicle crash history, when it takes place at a high congestion location, or if it exacerbates an already difficult situation such as school access. So these external factors that Mr. Lee was referencing are already taken into account by CDOT. And again, there was no need for a traffic impact study here. So while the community may feel that perhaps there's some exigent traffic issues, the data shows that this development is not going to increase any additional problems there. And then as far as the erosion and the drainage concerns, again, I just want to reiterate, because of the detention pond, and as Mr. Lee says, water seeks a lower level, our development is actually going to help in the release of the water runoff to where it's actually going to occur at a lower rate than it is currently. So with this development, some of the soil erosion and the water runoff issues that the community may be experiencing have the potential to be improved.
All right, thank you very much. Now we're going to open it up for questions. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Is Mr. Lee still on? I just want to check which
Yes.
house. Mr. Lee, is your house the one off the cul-de-sac, in between the cul-de-sac
Yes.
and the retention pond?
Yes, so I have a lot adjacent to the 4.6 acres.
Okay, thank you. And back to William
Wallace.
Mr. Wallace, can you do, I do worry about, it is creating a lot of impervious space. What can you do to further improve the direction of the water? So not just to build the retention pond, but this is a problem we've been talking about in meetings recently with stormwater. And it's impervious space where it doesn't exist now. And you can't, water's going to go where it wants to go to some extent. But can you do a retention wall or something to help direct that water towards the retention pond?
So there is a retaining wall on site, but I would again let everyone know a retaining wall only helps with the grade. That doesn't go towards water runoff and stormwater. The location of the detention pond, as shown on the site plan, is actually at the lowest point. And so, you know, water seeks the lowest point, the way this is set up. And again, you know, Doug Losner, he commented on this as well. There were another community member that had issues regarding drainage. This is something that's usually taken on by townhomes or is an option for townhome developments. And it's going to be designed during the design process through a civil engineer, and it will meet the city's stormwater standards. So I think all the concerns as it pertains to stormwater, water runoff, and how that's impacted by this impervious, that's going to all be fleshed out during the design process. And I think the plan we have in place with this detention pond, where it's located, the size of the detention pond, is an adequate solution to handling any stormwater concerns. And again, we have people from Charlotte Watershed agreeing with that.
Well, then I'll take that up with staff, because frankly, I don't always agree with what the city considers to be adequate. Because you see the damage when your residents call you and you go out there and the rain has overwhelmed the existing system. So, you know, Dave, maybe we can get a little bit more information about that.
Sure.
I just, you know, you have an opportunity when you're building it to include a bigger drain, to do more French drains, things that aren't that expensive, frankly, for somebody who's building 33 townhomes versus the damage caused to landscaping. And I'm sure that Mr. Lee has spent thousands and thousands of dollars trying to just not lose his beautiful trees. So when we talk about saving trees, not killing them with stormwater is one way. So staff, maybe you can, Dave, you can give us more information about the engineering part of it that's going to actually divert the water.
Yeah, we can follow up with our stormwater staff and try and get you some information on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, whenever we have stormwater concern, we are often told that it will have to meet stormwater ordinance, right, in order for the development to get an approval. And I know that in our UDO, we are strengthening the stormwater regulations. So that may not apply to this development specifically because it's going to get adopted next year. So I guess what additional measures that we are requiring in our UDO that currently doesn't exist?
I'd have to provide this in a follow-up report as well. I'm not as familiar with the stormwater section of the UDO and what the differences are between current and proposed. So that's another item I'll send over to them when we reach out about the additional engineering aspects of this site and how it's going to handle stormwater. We'll also see if they can give us a good overview of what the differences may be between existing and proposed ordinance requirements.
Yeah, thank you. And Mr. Lee, keep saving those trees. Thank you very much.
I will. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Ms. Johnson?
I was just going to ask if we could have a copy of Mr. Lee's presentation.
Mr. Lee, can you email us your presentation?
Certainly, I'm more than happy, yes.
Yes, thank you very much. You can send it to the city clerk's office, and we can distribute it as a part of the follow-up. Ms. Johnson, anything
Yes,
else?
thank you. And he's absolutely right about the traffic at Mallard Creek Elementary. I know that's a concern around all the schools, so I don't know what can be done. We can certainly talk about it, but it is a problem at that subdivision and on Mallard Creek. It almost seems dangerous because it blocks the whole inside lane. So
My understanding is I've gotten several emails because people are using the opposite side of the street because the car is going into, and I asked if they would please contact the school's transportation system, but there is an issue there, and that issue needs to be resolved in some way. I have not heard back from the school system, but basically, it's like the stack is so long, and people are trying to go to work, and so they drive the lane that they're not supposed to drive, which is absolutely one of the most dangerous things that can happen on a city street in the morning in Charlotte. So I have not heard back from the school system, but I did ask them to take a look at it.
yeah, perhaps if CDOT can take a look at it, because that is a part of Mallard Creek that's kind of downhill and might have a blind spot, and it's very dangerous, and that line is very long. So
I wonder
where are you, Mr. Lee?
I wonder what the remedy would be for a bus stop there, because if the bus is stopping there, and I'm always surprised by the amount of students that it says for 32 townhouses. Maybe, Mr. Wallace, how many bedrooms are in the townhomes? Is it going to be 1 or 2 bedrooms?
You know, that's an excellent question. I'm not entirely sure. The petitioner is on with us, as are Matt Ragona and Matt Gallo, who are the lead architects on this. Matt, do you know as to the proposal for bedrooms for the townhomes?
Yeah, this is Matt Gallo with Brad Architecture. In talking with Jay Patel and designing the site plan, we had discussed between 2 and 3 bedrooms per unit.
2 and 3 bedrooms. Okay. Thank you very much for the information. Ms. Johnson?
I'd just like CDOT to take a look at the petition to see if there's, because traffic is really bad and it's dangerous. So if there's something we can do, I know it's a problem around all the schools, but if this petition if CDOT can take a look at that, I will, if that's okay. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm asking for them to. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Phipps?
You had indicated that these townhouses, these 33 townhouses, would be for sale units. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Given the assertiveness, aggressiveness of New York REITs coming in neighborhoods and buying up properties, I guess foreclosing on first-time home buyers' ability to get some of these, properties. Are there any? Are you trying to? Is there anything you could do to try to prevent that? Because otherwise, these townhomes could become like rental properties. So is there going to be a concerted effort to, in fact, have regular people to be able to buy, this first-time home buyers or anybody to actually buy these homes, or are these going to be scooped up by REITs or whatever, given the current market environment?
I don't. Mr. Phipps, we need to be careful about making sure we don't get into ownership issues.
I'll ask an illegal question.
I'm sorry?
It's not a land use question.
Okay.
It's a question that borders, that sits very much on the line of what we can ask the petitioner.
Yeah, well, I thought it
Maybe
was
perhaps the other way to ask it, is there going to be an HOA, and do you have a draft of how you're going to use the HOA or the plan that you could provide to us?
So at the current time, there is not yet covenants and restrictions in place for this because we're not at that point. But I will be working with the petitioner as he goes through the development process. And, at a certain point, it will be my recommendation to the petitioner that he does have covenants, bylaws, and an owner association established. So I'll discuss that with him once he gets to a point where the development is underway. And, to Mr. Phibbs' comment, I mean, there's going to be language worked into the restrictions, depending on what the petitioner is wanting. But these have always been, the goal of these developments have always been for it to be for sale. And so there's no desire on the part of the petitioner to rent any of the units. I'm sure when he gets to a position where he actually begins marketing them, considerations are going to be determined based on where we're at with the market. But they are going to be marketed as for sale. And in working with him, it will be my recommendation that we get an owner association established, covenants and restrictions established, and then bylaws stemming from that.
All right, Mr. Driggs?
This is not a question. I just want to share with you, I would like this better if it had a little more open space. It looks like a barracks to me, and I think that also goes to the stormwater question. So a couple of fewer units, maybe, a little open space. That's one of our priorities in terms of the kind of development we're encouraging. I'll talk to you more about it offline, but just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
I think that's a great point, Mr. Driggs. If you had said studio or one bedrooms, it would have been fine, but having 2 and 3 bedrooms allows for a sizable number of choices, and those choices often require amenities. So that's what I would say about that. Okay, are there any other questions regarding this petition? So with that, do I have a motion to?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to close. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston? All right, let's go to item 32. 2012-994 by Icon Custom Masonry for approximately 1.9 acres located on the north side of Wisteria Drive. It's in District 6, and the current zoning is multifamily residential, and the proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval upon outstanding issues, and in this case, Mr. Carmichael will represent the team for the comments, and so we'll have a short presentation, and then Mr. Carmichael will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-094, 1.88 acres on Wisteria Drive, just off South Boulevard. Currently zoned R22. Proposed zoning is UR2 conditional. The adopted future land use from the Tyvola Archdale Transit Station Area Plan does recommend residential less than or equal to 22 dwelling units per acre. This proposal is for up to 33 single-family attached dwellings for a density of 17.4 units per acre, so it is consistent with that adopted future land use. Building height would be limited to 40 feet. They have architectural commitments built into the plan. Also provides access via internal alley off of Wisteria Drive. There'd be an 8-foot planting strip, 8-foot sidewalk along that frontage of Wisteria Drive. All units would be rear or alley loaded. And also there'd be a 16-foot Class C landscape area planted to a Class C standard, as well as a 6-foot tall wood screen fence along the northern and eastern property lines where it's adjacent to single-family homes. Staff does, recommend approval of this petition to outstanding issues related to technical revisions and site and building design. This proposal is consistent with that transit station area plan. It's also consistent generally with that R22 zoning that it currently has. I believe the UR2 district does allow for some different development standards that allow a little bit different flexibility with the site design. Of course, the petitioner's team can speak to that, but overall, we're consistent with that area plan and fairly consistent with that existing zoning that's in place. So again, staff does recommend approval upon resolution of those items, and we'll be happy to take questions following Mr. Carmichael's presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Carmichael?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor Pro Tem and members of the City Council and the Zoning Committee, I'm John Carmichael, and I'm here on behalf of the petitioner. The site contains about 1.89 acres. It's located on the north side of Wisteria Drive, just east of the intersection of Wisteria Drive and South Boulevard. Next slide. This is an aerial of the site. You can see South Boulevard to the west. There's commercial development to the west as well, multifamily development to the south, single family to the north and east. Next slide. The site is located just over a half mile from the Archdale Transit Station, which is located to the north of the site. Next slide. The current zoning of the site, as Dave said, is R22 MF, which is a multifamily zoning district that allows up to 22 units per acre. Parcels to the south of the site are also zoned R22 MF. Parcels to the north and east are zoned R4. And to the west, as you can see, the parcels are zoned TOD, TR, and B2. Next slide. The request is to rezone the site from R22 multifamily to UR2 CD to accommodate up to 33 single-family attached dwelling units, townhome dwelling units. The density is about 17.4 units an acre, so less than the 22 units per acre under the current zoning. Next slide. Prior slide. Prior slide. Prior slide. I'm sorry. Isn't there should be one more, it should be the rezoning plan, should be the next slide. Keep going, one more. Okay. It's not there for some reason. Well, we had a rendered site plan that was part of the PowerPoint presentation, but I will tell you that the units would be rear-loaded, alley-loaded units. They'd have two-car tandem garage. There would be a maximum height of 40 feet, as requested by the planning staff. There would be an 18-foot wide landscape area planned to the standards of a Class C buffer along the north and eastern boundaries of the site. There would also be a 6-foot tall wooden fence along the northern and eastern boundaries. We had 2 meetings with the neighbors, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you, Mr.
We appreciate the
Carmichael.
planning staff support. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Mr. Carmichael?
Move to close.
Second. We have a motion to close and a second. And so this is item 32, so let's go with that one. And Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
All right, thank you, that passes. So the next item is item 32, 2021-094 by, oh, sorry, wrong one. Here we are, 933, 2021-098 by Range Water Real Estate, approximately 3.5 acres located at the intersection of Nations Crossing Road. It's in District 3. And its current zoning is general industrial, proposed zoning is transit-oriented development community center. The staff recommends approval of this. We'll have the staff presentation, and Mr. McVeigh is available to make comments as well.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-098 has 3.49 acres on Nations Crossing and Exmoor. Current zoning is I2, general industrial. Proposed zoning is for a conventional TODCC. The Woodlawn Transit Station area plan from 2008 does recommend office and retail uses for this site, so generally consistent, just doesn't have that residential component to the land use recommendation to make it fully consistent. So we do consider it inconsistent with that area plan, but staff does still recommends approval of the petition. The CC district is applicable within a half-mile walk of the Woodlawn Station, and so this does fall within that. And again, staff does support the petition, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. McVeigh.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen. Thank you for your time. Dave, thank you for your presentation tonight. As Dave mentioned, this petition, I do have a slide, PowerPoint, thank you. As Dave mentioned, this site is a 3.49 acre site, request zoning from I2 to TODCC, located at the intersection of Exmoor and Nations Crossing, within a half-mile walk of the Woodlawn Station. Next slide, please. There are a number of adjacent parcels that are zoned TODCC, as well as other rezoning requests in the area to that same category. Next slide, please. The area plan does recommend office retail uses. However, as David mentioned, and I have mentioned as well, the site is within a half mile of a transit station area, of the Woodlawn Station area. It also is less than a half mile to Loso, which is just to the north of the site. Another part of the transit corridor that is developing quickly with transit supportive uses. Next slide, please. In summary, a request to go from I2 to TODCC to allow transit supportive uses for a site located in close proximity to transit services. There are other transit supportive uses underway in the area. This would add to that and continue the transit supportive redevelopment of this portion of the Blue Line extension. I do want to mention that Palmer MacArthur with Range Water is on the line as well and available to answer questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, any questions for Mr. McVeigh or the staff? Hearing no questions, motion to close.
Second.
And a second. So, Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
All right. The next item is item number 34. It is 2021-099 petition Duckworth Property Management for approximately a half acre on the east side of Statesville Road, south of Cindy Lane in District 4. Current zoning is B, general business, conditional. Proposed zoning is general business. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and we have Mr. Duckworth is available to address questions. Mr. Pettin and then Mr. Duckworth.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-099, just under a half acre on Statesville, currently zoned B2 conditional. Proposed zoning is just to take that to a B2 conventional, similar to the property just to the south at Statesville and Kendrick Avenue. The adopted future land use from the Northeast District Plan does call for retail uses for this site, so the B2 request would be consistent with that. and staff does recommend approval. This is a conventional petition just for that one parcel. Like I said, the parcel to the south is also zoned B2 conventional, so this would add to that consistency between the two zoning districts with those two parcels, which I believe are both under the same property ownership. Mr. Duckworth may be able to answer that question a little bit better. But again, staff does recommend approval. It is consistent with the district plan, and we'll be happy to take any questions following any questions or comments by Mr. Duckworth. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Duckworth, you have 3 minutes. Do you have any, Mr. Duckworth? I don't believe that he's online.
Motion to close.
Second. Hello? Okay. Oh, there you are. Thank you. I didn't hear you. You have 3 minutes. Any comments?
We would like to thank you guys for being with us and helping us on this. We're just trying to make both properties the same. My grandfather owned the property for 40 years. I'm trying to run my business. I just want to keep it family owned.
All right, thank you. Now, are there any questions on this petition?
Motion to close.
All right, we have a motion to close and a second. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yep.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, the next item, I'd like to actually not go to 35, if you don't mind, and 36, and then go right to 37 and 38, and then come back, because those 35 and 36 have opposition. And so I want to make sure that we're able to complete them all. So let's go to item 37. I hope everyone will be okay with that. We're going to go to item 37, Mr. Pettin.
Are we going to the ones with public opposition?
We have opposition from you on 30, I'm sorry, not you personally.
Right, 35. Yeah. I don't take it personal. It's okay.
But on 35.
Yeah, 35 has staff opposition. We have public
Yes.
opposition for 36.
And 36, we're going to skip, and we're going to do 37, 38, and then we'll come back to 36 first.
Okay, 37 is, there's no opposition for any of that.
Right, no, not on 37 and not on 38.
Right, so we're going to do this first. Gotcha.
Okay,
All right.
thank you,
Whew, all
thank
right.
you. So if the
I've
council.
got your logic now, I'm sorry.
All right, so let's go to item 37 for petition 2021-105 by Carolina Capital Real Estate Partners for approximately 4.5 acres located on the north side of Roundtree Road in District 3. Current zoning is industrial. The proposed zoning is transit-oriented development commercial center. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and we have Mr. McVeigh to
All right, thank you.
support it. Thank you.
2021-105 is mentioned, about 4.5 acres on Roundtree Schultz Road, just off Old Pineville. It's currently zoned I-2, as much of that area still is. You can see on the map there lots of I-2, but you can see some TODCC just to the north. The adopted future land use from the Woodlawn Transit Station Area Plan does recommend office, industrial, warehouse distribution for the site. Just to the north, we have TOD employment uses recommended. This site is within about a 1/3 mile walk from Woodlawn Station, approximately 3/4 mile walk to the Tybola Station on the Blue Line. Property to the northeast across Schultz Road is also zoned TODCC, so it does fall within the parameters to apply that district here. As I mentioned, it is inconsistent with the area plan, but due to the proximity of the location to those station areas, as well as the existing TODCC, staff does feel that it's an appropriate continued transition, and we do recommend approval. I'll be happy to take any questions following Mr. McVeigh's presentation.
All right, Mr. McVeigh.
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the zoning, Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen, assisting Carolina Capital Real Estate Partners with this petition. With me tonight, representing the petitioner is Todd Harrison. I think Dave has done a great job summarizing the petition. A site for just over 4 acres going from I-2 to TODCC to allow transit supportive uses for a site in close proximity to 2 existing rapid transit stations, existing TOD zoning in the area, existing and current TOD development also occurring nearby. Happy to answer questions, Mayor.
Motion to close.
All right, do we have any questions?
Motion to close.
Motion to close, and I heard a second. All right, Mr. Graham? I'm sorry. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari? Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, the next item is item 38 for approximately 3.2 acres located on the east and west side of East 7th Street. It's in District 1. The current zoning is Uptown Mixed Use and Uptown Mixed Use Optional. The proposed zoning is Uptown Mixed Use Optional Site Plan Amendment and Uptown Mixed Use Optional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation as well as site and building design. All right, we will hear from the staff, and then Ms. Grant will have the opportunity for 3 minutes of presentation or questions.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-163 is between North Tryon and North College Street along 7th Street as well as East 6th Street. Currently zoned UMUD, as mentioned, looking at a UMUD optional with a site plan amendment component as well. The adopted future land use from the Charlotte Center City Vision Plan and the North Tryon Vision Plan. Those plans don't necessarily make specific land use recommendations. They do just encourage future development that contributes to the overall viability and livability of Center City. So we do feel that this petition would continue to implement that goal of the Center City Vision Plan. The proposal is for all uses in the UMUD zoning district. We do have some optional provisions that deal with setbacks along the travel lane on 7th Street, as well as allowing things like ride share, valet, or similar areas in that setback between the building and the street on both 7th and the north side of College Street. Do have an 8-foot minimum setback on 7th Street measured from back of granite band or curb beginning at the property line with the adjacent parcel. That setback will transition to a minimum of 16 feet when it gets down to a pedestrian portal that's a little bit further down towards 7th and College Street. We do have a provision included to allow maneuvering in the setback along the frontage of the site as well as the adjacent parcel. 50% reduction in the required number of loading docks, as well as a 5% reduction above permitted doorway within the ground floor retail requirements for the frontage of College Street. We do allow the elimination of on-street parking and reduced lane widths along both sides of 7th Street, and also a provision to eliminate on-street parking along the west side of College, generally depicted on the site plan. We do designate ride share areas along 7th Street in this petition, and does provide street trees and grates along the road frontages, along with 16-foot sidewalks, except in that area where the setback gets a little bit more narrow as you go up 7th Street towards North Tryon. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have outstanding issues with transportation and site and building design to continue to resolve. As mentioned, it is consistent with the Charlotte Center City Vision Plan and the North Tryon Vision Plan, and we'll be happy to take questions following Ms. Grant and the project team's presentation.
All right, Ms. Grant?
Thanks, Dave. Good evening, Mayor Lyles, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Bridget Grant, land use consultant with Moore & Van Allen tonight. I'm here with Carrie Ewer with Metropolitan, as well as representatives from Little Architecture, BCT Design Group, Land Design, and Moore & Van Allen assisting on the rezoning side. You are all very familiar with this site, and we know there are a number of conversations to be had on the details for the future P3 efforts. Tonight, we're going to limit our presentation to focus on the zoning aspects. As Dave mentioned, this is a rezoning to allow some technical revisions to the zoning. We're maintaining that Center City zoning district that allows a wide range of uses. The zoning is not use specific, and the emphasis will be on the pedestrian realm. The UMUD optional provisions just give us some technical flexibility and allow some modest design deviations in the building location. It considers current market needs like ride share locations that need and require optional provisions. I'm not going to go over the site. Dave has already covered that. As you can see from the rezoning plan, it's a general bubble diagram. This allows for ultimate flexibility in building placement and uses consistent with other uptown rezonings. Dave walked through all of the optional provisions. I'll send this PowerPoint presentation to you, but it essentially walks around the block and shows you the specific locations where we're seeking deviation on the sidewalk width, reduction in some of the blank wall treatments due to future development, and rideshare provisions. As I said, we're maintaining all of the uses permitted under UMUD. We're maintaining the height that's permitted under UMUD. We plan to exceed the required open space and establish cross sections and pedestrian realm on all of the public streets. This incorporates the 6th Street cycle track and maintains alignment with the North Tryon Street Vision Plan and the Center City Transportation Plan. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for the petitioner or the staff? Hearing no questions, Mr. Eggleston?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I know that I have a lot of questions and thoughts on this parcel and project, but as it relates to this, I do think it's simply technical adjustments, and this is not the place for me to voice those questions or comments, so I'll make a motion to close.
I have a motion to close in a second. So any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Now, we will go back to item 36. We'll go in the reverse order. Item 36 is petition number 2021-104 by the Beechwood Organization for approximately 7/10 of an acre located at the northeast intersection of Providence and Ferncliff. It's in District 6. The current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon resolution of outstanding issues and technical revisions related to site and building design and transportation. All right, so we have Ms. Grant representing the petitioners, and Susan McDonald, I'm not saying that correctly, sorry, McDowell, and Barbara Shear against the petition. And so we'll start with the staff presentation, and then we'll go to Ms. Grant. You'll have 10 minutes, and then the opposition will have 10 minutes as well.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-104, it's 0.69 acres, Providence and Ferncliff, zoned R3, requesting a UR2 conditional zoning district. Adopted future land use for this is from the South District Plan, which is from '93, so we do again apply general development policies due to the age of the plan. That petition does meet the GDP criteria for consideration of up to 8 dwelling units per acre. The proposal is to allow up to 5 attached dwelling units on the site. That would be split between a 2-unit building, which would face Providence Road, and then a 3-unit building facing Ferncliff Road. That would come in at a density of 7.24 acres. Building height would be limited to 40 feet, again, consistent with single-family residential zoning districts. We do have a 64-foot setback from Providence Road, which would align it with similar residential development along the corridor. A minimum of 2,000 square feet of common open space would be proposed in that location within that Providence Road setback. Does specify exterior building materials, commits to screening meter banks and HVAC equipment from view of the public streets and adjacent properties at grade. Does get into lighting requirements for full cutoff lighting and limiting those at 16 feet in height. There's also a 10-foot side yard that's being proposed along the eastern property line. That would be planted with supplemental vegetation and maintains existing vegetation that's already there. Does provide a 10-foot rear yard along the northern property line as well. All units would be rear loaded, so front doors would face public streets. There'd be a shared drive off Ferncliff Road that would access both buildings, and there's also construction of an 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk along Providence, as well as an 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk along Ferncliff Road. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. Do have outstanding issues and technical revisions related to site and building design as well as transportation. While it is inconsistent with the South District Plan, again, it is consistent with general development policies, which do support the density requested, which again is about 7.24 units to the acre. Staff again does recommend approval and be happy to take questions following Ms. Grant's presentation.
All right. Ms. Grant?
Yes. Good evening again, Mayor Lyles, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, and members of the zoning committee. Bridget Grant, land use consultant with Moore & Van Allen. I am here tonight with Barb Cartus with Beechwood Homes, Emma Littlejohn, our housing consultant, John Oxenfeld with 505 Design, and Eric Hampton with BGE. Beechwood Homes is ranked at the forefront of privately owned residential developers nationwide. They're known for building a lifestyle with quality architecture, and their company is known for thoughtful planning and design in a context-sensitive manner. We are talking here tonight to talk a little bit about the benefits of conditional zoning. We're seeking to rezone 0.69 acre site in a low-density form, utilizing that UR2 zoning district to allow some flexibility on some of the base standards over the density that's consistent with the adopted land use policy, which we know is not something we get to say very often. The conditional zoning is serving as that tool in the toolbox to get us a higher level of design standards on this site. It's facilitating a process that's intended to be collaborative in nature. And through this process, we were able to provide greater certainty on the development, community engagement, higher level of design standards. We've narrowed in on architectural standards, building articulation, larger buffers, signature open spaces, some height limitations, and defined relationship with the adjacent property. So Dave's already gone over where the site is on the corner of Ferncliff and Providence. Here it is in the larger context. You can see the Rosewood condominiums on the corner. These are some photos of the existing site. There are two structures on the site. Again, it's residential in nature, located right on the corner of Providence and Ferncliff. As Dave mentioned, it calls for residential land uses in this location. But interesting enough, the 2040 plan does place emphasis on providing diversity in housing types and creating options for people, not only in price point, but also in form. And so this would include creating opportunities for townhomes in a location similar to this on a main thoroughfare like Providence Road. We're looking at, again, a change in zoning from R3 to UR2CD for a total of 5 residential units. We're maintaining our setback along Providence Road. We're maintaining the trees along Providence Road, providing rear-loaded parking and alley-fed garages. We're maintaining existing vegetation along the northeast property line with increased side yard to 10 feet. Some of that vegetation is on the adjacent properties side of the line, so we're going to talk a little bit about that in a second. We'll provide new sidewalks on Ferncliff. We've got architectural commitments, and again, a maximum height of 40 feet. When we redid the site plan, we did increase the side yard closest to the existing residence on Ferncliff. We originally had put it in as 5 feet. We increased it to to give you an idea of what the proposed units will look like. This view is looking down Ferncliff. You can see it's in scale with a lot of the redevelopment that's taking place along this corridor. We also had a cross-section created to show how the proposed units compared to the existing single-family home next door. Our height is again consistent with single-family residential zoning, and we did have the opportunity to speak to Mrs. Shire earlier today. I think one of her concerns was the vegetation that's there has basically a clear understory of about 6 feet. So it makes sense we're going to provide a 6-foot brick wall along our shared property line to give her a little more privacy and protect her from some of the noise from the proposed development. So with that, I'll go ahead and close, and we're happy to answer any questions.
All right, so our next speaker is Susan McDonald.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Mayor, council members, and zoning committee members. I'm Susan McDonough. I live at 1616 Ferncliff, and I am one house removed. Mrs. Shire, who's actually here sitting beside me tonight, we're sharing my dining room. So Wendy, if you could keep this line open for her, because she didn't sign in separately. I live one house removed. And I am in support of the multifamily aspect of this development. That's really not the issue. There are two concerns that I have. The primary one is related to trash and recycling pickup. According to the city code, this is under 11 townhouse units, so they can use the city pickup for putting the cans out on Ferncliff Road. The only access in and out of this property is Ferncliff Road. previously a single-family home, there were 2 cans out there. Now there would be potentially 10 cans out there. And let me give you a little background about Ferncliff Road. Ferncliff is the major road into our development. We have over 200 homes, and Ferncliff is closest to the Sharon, Amity, and Providence intersection. It is, the Rosewood condominium development is right around the corner. It is a significant foot traffic road. You have people from the condo project walking in there. You have kids walking out to go to the elementary school up on the corner. You have baby carriages. And then in the morning, because it's the major road thoroughfare, Ferncliff, in and out of our development, you have cars lined up probably 10 deep every morning trying to either turn to the left onto Ferncliff to get out to the protected area to go south on Providence, or people trying to weave into the school buses and all the ongoing traffic coming north onto Providence. So as our density has increased in our neighborhood, going from very small 2,000 square foot houses to now 5,000 square foot houses, the amount of cars coming in and out of the neighborhood is tremendous. The foot traffic, the baby strollers, the runners, the walkers, plus we are a known cut-through street for folks cutting through to the Cotswold Shopping Center. So my issue is not, again, with the density of the project. I'm very much in favor of these corner lots turning into multifamily projects. But what we'd like to do, given the price point, and we think this is a very reasonable ask of the developer, we want them to not use city trash cans to stack all those trash cans out there, because the street is only 23 feet wide, and you have the 3-foot trash cans out there. Then you have 2 cars coming both ways. Most of the SUVs are 7 to 8 feet wide. It would be a nightmare. And there was also a fatality up on Sharon Lane nearby, where a young kid riding his bicycle to school, weaving around the trash cans, was killed when he tripped and fell off the bike. So what we'd like them to do, and this is a very affordable option, we've researched this with several trash pickup companies. They can get a 2 cubic foot private dumpster on site. Many other townhouse projects of this price point and these sizes utilize this option to have a trash pickup on site. Those companies that come with the smaller dumpsters have trucks that are very small that would fit within their driveway. So the biggest issue is we want to not be allowed to have private trash pickup, but instead not them allowed to have public trash pickup and the cans out there, because we just think it's a major safety hazard with all the congestion, foot and other auto congestion, and then require them to do the private pickup on site. And then my second issue, I had not had a chance to talk to Mrs. Grant, but was relative to the buffer of a solid brick wall. I would support and look forward to seeing designs and plans to that nature. So if that is resolved, then my remaining issue would really be the trash.
All right. Thank you very much. Ms. Shear?
Yeah. Well, my name is Barbara Shire, and I live at 1624 Ferncliff. My home directly borders the proposed project. In fact, a photo of my home is included in the city staff recommendation document. And my lot line on that side is actually 242 feet. So I am speaking against this project until 2 issues are resolved by the developer. The same issues were raised with the developer at the city's public meeting in September, which I was unable to see. Issue 1 is originally I thought about a 6-foot wall, but I see that another person has asked for an 8-foot wall, and if that's possible, that would be wonderful. And I would like to have that built at the start of construction between the development and my property to provide privacy between the 5-unit townhouse multifamily development and my 2,000 square foot home. A solid wall will provide not only privacy, but noise abatement, as well as an asset against property value diminishment. And on issue 2, I thought about safety for all the neighbors that live in Old Cotswold. As Susan mentioned, Ferncliff and Providence are the main exit and entrance into this development of about 200 homes. And I too have often seen many cars lined up to go either left or right at the stop sign. And Ferncliff Road from Danbury and Audubon, the road comes down on a wide curve. In fact, my son's truck was damaged by a hit-and-run driver. And then I'm also concerned about all the foot traffic, the bikes, the strollers, the people who live in this neighborhood and like to be out. So, and in addition, I do have a problem with 10 trash receptacles being out there, because I have seen the way cars sort of sideswipe each other, and even though the speed limit is 20 and 25, they are going 40 and 45, and even flying over the speed bump in front of my home. So I know there's other townhome projects around Charlotte where the developer has been able to arrange for a small dumpster to take care of these 5 families. And also, I think it would certainly eliminate disruption to the flow of residents, cars, the school buses, the tradesmen, and the cut-through traffic that goes through here over to the shopping center. So thank you.
Well, thank you, ma'am. I really appreciate those comments. Now, Ms. Grant, would you like to take 2 minutes for your rebuttal?
Yes, Mayor Lyles, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Shire and Mr. McDonough. We will continue to work with you on the trash pickup. I think there's also the option of having a couple of the units take rollout trash cans onto Providence Road and some of them go to Ferncliff. The other option is a dumpster, and we would just like to talk to you to make sure you're okay with that. There are a lot of communities that don't like the noise associated with dumpster pickups, and we're happy to have that conversation. In terms of the wall, it's my understanding that 6 feet is the maximum height along the side yard wall, but we are also happy to look into that.
All right, thank you. It sounds, Mr. Bakari?
Yeah, thank you all for the feedback, and I'll continue to track this one over the next month, but this sounds like you guys are in a pretty reasonable place in recognizing both the opportunity here for density as well as working with the petitioner. I would say that while obviously the trash pickup and things like that are things that we need to focus on and try to find a solution in the wall, I think the biggest things that I'm hearing from you as someone who lives on Ferncliff as well is the broader macro issue that I'm looking at very deeply right now, which is safety. And we lack sidewalks. We lack the ability for our folks to get out and walk around. My wife and 2 of my kids were hit on Ferncliff, not over just a month ago. So it sometimes takes moments like this for a developer to bring forth a petition for us to remember and see and point out specific areas. But I think this is a more broader issue, one that I am doing a bunch of research right now into, and just know that I've heard the broader points you've raised, and they are part of a bigger problem, not one that's necessarily just associated with this petition. And it's one I'm hopeful that we will rally the entire community around in the coming months and years to actually once and for all solve and invest in the proper infrastructure. So we've definitely heard your issues. Appreciate you bringing them forth.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Motion to close.
We have a motion to close and a second. All right, Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton? I'm sorry, Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Sajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right. Our final petition for tonight is item number 35. And for number 35, we have, the staff actually has a concern about the hearing. So let's go there and get this one started. All right, petition 2021-103 by Providence Group Capital. It's located approximately 2.2 acres on the north side of Blair Hill Road, south of Clanton. It's in District 3. The current zoning is light industrial. The proposed zoning is transit-oriented development urban center. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form. And so for this one, we have Mr. McVeigh following Mr. Patine, and then the staff will make their presentation, and Mr. McVeigh will follow with 10 minutes.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-103, 2.25 acres on South Tryon and Clanton Road, currently zoned, as mentioned, I-1. Proposed zoning is TOD-UC. Adopted future land use from Scaly Bark Transit Station Area Plan, which was adopted in 2008, recommends office and industrial warehouse and distribution uses for this site. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form. Staff has consistently mentioned they would support a petition requesting the TOD-CC district. Just to give you a little bit of background as to what some of those concerns are, really staff felt that the TOD-UC district was just not as an appropriate district as we kind of transition away from that station area. A lot of the surrounding properties are currently zoned TOD-CC. Most of them got the CC zoning through the alignment rezoning that we did. We do have some TR zoning. We actually have the adjacent parcel right next door that's currently a petition going to TOD-NC. So staff felt that UC district was a little out of context in regard to building height and intensity, just some difference between the two districts. The CC district allows a base height of 90 feet, caps off height at 130 feet. You can achieve that additional 40 feet to get there through the bonus structure, which provides things like energy efficient design, contributions to the Affordable Housing Fund, and staff felt that 130 feet is really the kind of max height that we would be felt was in context with the existing development and any future development in that area. As comparison, TOD-UC starts at 130 and allows a height that could get up to 300 feet with the bonus structure. And so that's one area generally of concern that staff has, that large jump in intensity from 130 to up to 300, as opposed to capping things off at 130, particularly with the next door site only having a max height of maybe up to 100 feet, and some of the other surrounding uses that would be there really only having that 130-foot max height as well. So staff felt that was the most appropriate zoning district, the CC over the UC. Also, it's right on the edge of that half-mile walk distance where UC can be applied. It really depends on where you want to take that measurement from. If you take it from the intersection of Tryon and Clanton, which is where there's a signalized crosswalk, it comes in right at 0.5, maybe 0.51, just depending on how you might measure that out. I believe the petitioner mentioned they took their measurement from Blair Hill, crossing Tryon there, which is really a mid-block crossing, unsignalized, unstriped. That gets it below the half mile. So there's some, just general concern also that you see right on the fringe of that half mile walk, and however you want to measure it, is just kind of pushing the envelope a bit as to what we felt was appropriate in this location. So just wanted to give you a little bit of background on the differences between those two and where staff's recommendation was coming from. But CC district would be completely appropriate. A TOD district is appropriate in this area. I think it's just a difference between the intensity of UC versus CC. So we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation.
All right, and so Mr. McVeigh.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor. Good Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, and members of the zoning committee, Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen, assisting Providence Group Capital. With me tonight representing the petitioner is J.Q. Freeman, Eric Nichols, and James Cole, and they're available to answer questions as well. We do want to thank Dave and his staff for working with us and listening to us as to why we were requesting TOD-UC for this site. We're disappointed they can't support it, but we'd like to explain our rationale as to why we think UC is appropriate here. As Dave mentioned, site zoned I-1, we are requesting TOD-UC. Site is currently developed with a mix of older commercial uses. It's directly adjacent to fire station, new fire station 43. The surrounding property around the Scaly Bark Station in Clanton and South Tryon and Clanton and South Boulevard is quickly transitioning from these older commercial uses that were developed quite some time ago to transit supportive uses. Next slide, please. So the area plan, as Dave mentioned, we're near the Scaly Bark Station area plan. Site is located there at the intersection of Clanton and South Tryon. We are within a half-mile walk of the Scaly Bark Station. There are several different ways how to measure that, but we do meet that criteria. The site is also in a corridor as defined by the station area plan and the centers and corridors and wedges growth framework. We also have easy access to not only rapid transit, but a number of bus routes along South Tryon, Clanton, and South Boulevard. We also have easy access to a full interchange at I-77, making this type of area really an appropriate location for more intense transit-supportive uses as envisioned by the area plans as envisioned by the Scaly Bark plan and transit plans for the area. The adjacent zonings are TOD, B1, BD, and the adjacent uses are commercial uses. So it's really not, even though the area is transitioning from older uses to transit-oriented uses, we're not displacing existing residential uses. We're not really close to residential uses in terms of existing single-family neighborhoods. Next slide, please. We wanted to show you this slide, which is a picture of the realignment rezoning that was done in 2019 by the city to implement the new transit-oriented development districts that were developed starting in 2017. As you can see, the colors here, what they represent, the purple represents the use of the TOD-UC, and the light color represents the use of the TOD-NC district. The orange colors and the brown colors represent the use of the TOD-CC and the TOD-TR zoning. And I think if you look at, and this is just a snapshot of that alignment rezoning, as you move south along South Boulevard and down the Rapid Transit Station corridor, or the Blue Line corridor, what you see as part of the alignment rezoning is that starting at the Scaly Bark Station, the implementation petition in 2019 solely used the TOD-TR and TOD-CC district. And we believe that was the case because at that time, even though it wasn't that long ago, there wasn't really a market demand. There wasn't a feeling that the demand for the more intense uses that the TOD-UC and NC district allow could be supported at the stations south of the New Bern station. And to that effect, I'd like to just read a little statement from the purpose statement of the CC district. Its lower maximum building heights and less stringent design standards are intended to accommodate and encourage transit-oriented and transit-supported development in transit stations areas where there is not a current market demand for more intense development. That's the purpose statement of the CC district. And that's what was used by the alignment rezoning for stations south of New Bern. So there isn't at this station, and as you go down the corridor, and also if you look at stations going north toward the university area, once you get outside of the in-town stations, the use of the UC and NC districts is not there because the market wasn't felt to be at the point where it could support those more intense uses. But that's not the case anymore. Transit-supported development has grown along the South Corridor. You saw tonight there are a number of transit-supportive rezonings at the Woodlawn Station, at the Tybola Station. That's transit-supported development moving further south along the corridor as we envisioned by the station area plans that were done. So stations like Woodlawn and Tyvola are seeing that. There are 4 transit-supported districts. We think there's a market and a need for all of those districts at these other stations south of New Bern. You'll see at the Scaly Bark station, the only purple spot is a parcel that actually was owned by the city right next to the station. Everything else was TOD, CC, and TOD, TR. Next slide, please. So this is a snapshot again of area. Our site is here in blue. The yellow and the yellow sites on this map and the red notations note current announced and current active rezonings in this area for transit-supported development, as well as current cases that are changing the zoning from TOD CC or TOD TR to TOD UC and TOD NC. I said 5, there's actually 4, including our site, so that's a mistake on mine. But we include this slide just to show you the level of activity that's now occurring at the Scaly Bark station. It's quickly moving in a direction that maybe 5 or 7 years ago is where South End, the East-West station was, or the New Bern station. As those areas intensified, they went from residential transit support development to office. That's what's starting to occur here at Scaly Bark. Next slide, please. So from our perspective, as the area evolves, so should the zoning. And again, you know, the marketplace has shown that station areas south of New Bern can support transit development. The city has 4 districts that support transit zone, but only 2 were used at this station. We would like to start to use the 3rd and the 4th district, as have other petitioners that have filed petitions in this area are trying to do as well. All the uses allowed in the TOD zoning district allow for a variety of transit-oriented developments in different forms and intensities. That's what the urban center district will allow us to do here. A different type of development, yes, taller, as Dave has announced, taller by utilizing the bonus provisions versus being capped at 130 feet. We believe there's a marketplace here, and this is a prime location for more intense transit supportive uses that the TOD UC zoning district would allow. Next slide, please. So just in response to some of the rationale in the staff analysis in terms of why not in its current form, and again, I think our main point is that as part of the implementation of the transit supported development districts along the South Corridor, and when that was done, the market just didn't seem to think, the market demand for the intensity that UC allows wasn't really there, but it is there now. So the application of one of the concerns is the application of the TOD UC zoning district is reserved for areas of higher intensity, and this area, the context is moderate. Our response would be all the transit stations started out with moderate or low intensity uses and evolved to higher intensity uses as the market for transit supported development matured. This location and the surrounding parcels will become high intensity location when rezoned to TOD in a similar way the uptown stations evolve. The use of the TOD and the maximum height allowed appearance to bonus provisions allowed under that district would create an incongruent, harsh transition. The current land uses were developed 50 years ago, are single-story surface park commercial uses. They are transitioning more intense transit supportive. While you're in that transition, there's always going to be some incongruency between the current form of development and the proposed form of development. The land use goals for the location at such as this is not to maintain the status quo, but to promote change. Next slide, please. Another concern, the subject site is an area adjacent to districts including TOD and TOD-CC business district, and nearest 2D zoning is closer to the station. That's true, but how did we get there? We got there because of the zoning that was done in 2019 and didn't anticipate the demand for the use of TOD-UC district at this station. The market has moved faster than anticipated and has shown an ability to utilize all the TOD districts at this location. Like I mentioned before, there are other petitions that are using these districts and will be coming before you later this year. The older industrial zoning is no longer the appropriate zoning for this area. We need to move to transit supported. Yes, we're inconsistent. I think the
Mr.
last
McBain,
statement
your
is we're
10
not
minutes are
we're not
up.
consistent
Or
with
was
the
that-
land use recommendation.
Mr. McBain,
Or, excuse me, the
Mr. McBain, your 10
benefit
minutes
of
are up.
TOD.
Mr. McBain, your 10 minutes are up.
TODCC at 1:30.
Must not be able to hear you.
I can,
We think that artificially
I just-
caps
Hey,
the
try to
amount
tell him.
hey, Mr. McBain.
Time, 10 minutes.
of building height, but
What did he say? Oh, my God.
I couldn't hear you.
Okay, sorry.
Wait,
So the time is up.
I think he's still talking.
next to businesses. should be-
I don't know how, I don't, are we on mute or something?
You are disrespecting the mayor, sir.
Yeah, well, you know.
Time's up. Time's up,
You're in a
Keith.
crowd. Okay, let's go. All right, Mr. McBain,
Keith,
your
time's
time is
up.
up.
Time is up.
Can't hear you, Mayor. Can you lean closer to the microphone?
Can somebody just turn him off?
Closer to the mic.
Keith.
He was kidding. He just really, there's a
Okay,
technical issue.
there
I
we
think.
go. There's a technical issue, I'm sure. So with that, are there any questions for the staff or the petition? What?
Doesn't staff get a rebuttal?
Staff has a rebuttal. Thank you. Mr. Mateen, do you want to rebut
Got a
anything?
rebuttal? Staff's recommendation, I think, we stand by it pretty firmly. I think we understand the, points raised by Mr. McVeigh. I think one of the key phrases that was left out of the purpose statement of that district for the UC is, and for the CC, is that, the CC district is intended for stations generally further from uptown. So the idea isn't necessarily to just have the same level of intensity along our transit line from uptown all the way to the end of it. There is a transition that staff looked at through the alignment and that staff continues to look at. Again, the application of TOD isn't inappropriate here. It's just the district of UC versus CC, I think, does create a pretty stark contrast to what we feel is appropriate currently and what we think long-term would probably be the ongoing type of development. The rezonings we saw earlier this evening are also within a half mile of the station. They're a little bit further down, all suggesting a TOD-CC district. So, I feel like that's still an appropriate district, and I think that's where staff has been since the pre-submittal back in December, and continues to be in that same spot. So, we'll be happy to talk about it offline if you need, but that's just all I would have to comment on about it at this point.
All right, so now are there questions, Mr. Winston?
Yeah, so I guess, it might be a question for Mr. Jaoba. The TOD districts, one thing that we said with them is that they're living documents. That's kind of what we said with the whole UDO and implementation of Comp 2040 plan as well. We did the realignment because we needed to relook at the land use along the blue line in general. Now, that was 2 years ago, I think. Yes. What is time at this point in life? But a lot has changed, so much so that they're trying to give this area a whole new neighborhood name and LOSO or whatever folks want to call it now. What is the probability or possibility that we need to perhaps relook at certain areas? Because I do agree with some of what Mr. McVeigh was saying, is that I don't think anybody anticipated the type of growth that was happening down at Scaly Bark. In fact, we had we finished a very complicated land swap or a land use deal with Pappas Properties around that same time, where we were very frustrated that things had not developed there as we had anticipated. And all of a sudden, it seems like since then, obviously we're putting in brand new water mains to deal with the type of volume that is developing around there. So what is the probability and possibility that we might need to look at this area a little differently using this living document of TOD kind of zoning districts down there?
So I do know that right now, part of our UDO is taking another look at our TOD ordinance that was adopted by Council in 2017. So we did mention at that time that was the first step but as part of the UDO, we're going to take another look at that.
I think you can just speak up just a little bit.
So we're going to take another look at that. That does not necessarily change the classification we have right now in terms of TOD, UC, CC, or NC, or TR for transition, but we might take a look at the intensity of the uses that's allowed as part of the UDO. That's actually in the UDO in the first draft that we issued.
So are you saying that we need to look at the actual districts and not necessarily how those districts are distributed on the map?
Maybe not necessarily the district themselves, as in whether they be neighborhood center or community center or urban center, but the degree of intensity in each one of those districts.
What would be, and this could be for either Mr. Job or Mr. Pettin, what would be the negative effect to the common good if this was zone TOD UC? What would be the detriment?
I think the general detriment for what we felt was just a detriment in context in intensity development. We don't have that UC district this far outside of the general station area at Scaly Bark. We just have that one piece. We have another a little bit further in on Clanton Road, closer to South Boulevard. We view the transition away from those station areas as, stepping down in the height and intensity level of development rather than getting out further away and kind of going up and then dropping back down pretty drastically next door with just an NC zoning district or behind it with a TR district. And so I think that's where we don't necessarily see a detriment from a public standpoint versus just a context standpoint and an intensity standpoint in terms of how much that height could be, a difference from 130 to 300 is a pretty stark contrast. And I think that's where we start to get into just the general design and form of those areas as you transition away shouldn't necessarily go up in intensity and then drop back down to, what is one of the less intense districts with NC as you get to Clanton and I-77. So I think that's where we see the big disconnect is just the contextual difference in design.
And the last question I have, I don't know if Mr. McVeigh, you can answer this, I guess, but I don't know if you have all the information, but you mentioned that there's going to be other developers are trying to use this district more in this area. What do you mean by that? Or Mr. Gerald or Mr. Pettin, what does he mean by that? What is happening around there right now for other potential developers? What should we be anticipating coming down the line?
We've got one petition, like I said, that should be coming forward over the next month or so by the same group, Providence Capital 2021-47. That's CC to UC. Again, it's much closer into that 0.3 mile distance to Scaly Bark. And I think what we also see with this one is that height difference on Clanton and Tryon. We can get to the 130 that UC would allow as a base, but we would also use the bonus system to get there, which would provide those public benefits back through, different types of elements in that bonus structure. So I think we see that 130 height being reasonable, but I think staff sees it as let's get there and kind of stop there, but also get the public benefit of that through CC versus UC starting at 130, then maybe using the bonus structure. And if we do, then that really gets to that big difference in height. So I don't see a ton of other, just from pre-submittal meetings that we have. I haven't really recalled any meetings other than the ones we've got in place right now that are going to UC. We've done some recent rezonings to CC and NC, but I haven't had any direct conversations on other parcels in this immediate area wanting to upzone out of that CC district.
Mr. McVeigh, are you able to comment any further about that?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Councilmember Winston, sorry, apologies. I think Dave mentioned it. There is a rezoning less than a couple, I don't know the exact distance, but at 200 South Clanton, there's a site that's being zoned to urban center, also by Providence Capital Group. The other sites in the area are going from TOD-TR to DOD-NC, and those sites are clearly more than a half mile and not able to use the urban center district. My point by mentioning those other rezonings is just that there's the market demand for those other districts that allow additional height and more intensity with greater design standards. And this site at Clanton and South Tryon is one of those sites. It meets the criteria. I understand what Dave is saying. It's, yes, we're farther from the station, but a lot of developers have used the zoning that's on place now and have developed. So now it's not going to be as orderly as if the zoning had gone in from the beginning. But there's nothing wrong with it having height further from the station as long as it meets the criteria of being in close proximity to the station, which we are. And we're not displacing or encroaching on single family area. We're encroaching in an area that's older commercial uses, warehouse distribution uses. Yes, there's going to be a difference in development form, but there's always going to be a difference in the development form when you're transitioning like this area is. Understand why the concern is. It's not about not utilizing the bonus system. It's about utilizing the bonus system to do more than 130 feet. It's the cap at 130 and what's allowed in urban center, admittedly, is 300 feet. That's a big difference. That's a lot more intense development that could occur here, a greater improvement to the tax base, and ability to do office and residential, or office development versus residential development is what this district represents. I know JQ and Eric are on the line too, and maybe they have a response to that question as well.
Is there anyone else that would like to respond to Mr. Winston's question?
Thank you, Keith. And,
Okay.
Mayor and council members, this is JQ Freeman. I appreciate your time in hearing us, and we want to thank staff for working with us on this as well. Just with respect to the half-mile distance from the Scaly Bark Station, if you go slightly north and on the east side of South Boulevard, there are parcels that were zoned to TOD-UC that are the same distance, just under a half mile from the New Bern Station, zoned TOD-UC through the city's rezoning, and they're on single-family residential parcels and in immediate proximity of existing single-family residential. And it's difficult for us to understand why this parcel, being where it's located in an industrial area today, with the existing use permitting industrial uses, or existing zoning permitting industrial uses, and the market demand for higher intensity and arguably the highest intensity of transit-oriented zoning, and it not being supported. So it's just a little challenging for us to understand.
All right, thank you. I have Ms. Ajmira followed by Mr. Driggs. Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Patton, can you just, and this could be part of our follow-up report if you don't have the answer right now. I'm trying to remember all this intensity and intensity for TODCC, for urban center, for neighborhood center, for TR. I would just like to understand that more in depth.
In regard to building height or just in general?
No, the use and the intensity.
Okay, we can provide that in the follow-up.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Ajmira, you done?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Driggs?
I just want to say, it sounds to me as if the staff is trying to uphold the rules that we put in place very recently. And if there are examples of other exceptions to those rules, and that's the reason we should make this exception, then I have to question the rules. So I just want to back Dave up a little bit on this. I'm willing to study it further and take into account what the petitioner is saying about these circumstances. But I just have a concern about setting a precedent so soon after we adopted these policies for setting them aside on a case-to-case basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I agree with what Mr. Driggs just said, and I'd also say that they can use the bonus to get the height that they want. And then, that's the way to go right now. And then if the area starts developing differently, then future councils will go back and revisit that. But we've got to look at these things as to what it does to the existing plan. Does it change? We can't look at it just for this one piece of land, especially when you're going along the light rail, and all of a sudden you've got this blip in development. So what we do here has to apply to the whole area. And for right now, the opportunity is for the developer to take advantage of the bonus height to get what they want with the density. So I'm hesitant, to your point, to make a switch like that when we've just gone through this exercise and approved it.
All right, anyone that hasn't spoke that wishes to speak before I go back to Mr. Winston? Mr. Winston?
Well, I think part of the question here, and I'm looking at the UC zone is, I think what the petitioner is saying is that it fits the definition of the policies, but we're not understanding staff's recommendation. It seems to fit the words that are on the paper, but the recommendation. That's what I'm hearing from the petitioner, and that's when I read it and compare. That's part of the question here. Ms. Heisel's point, because I agree with Ms. Heisel's point. I don't know if that's what we're actually dealing with, changing the rules.
And I think the clarification on that is that the distance to the station doesn't guarantee the outcome of a zoning district as laid out in the TOD ordinance. It specifically says it may be applied within that half-mile distance or that mile distance, whatever that may be. So that walking distance doesn't guarantee the outcome of UC or CC. That's just a stick to kind of measure, does this make sense? Does it fall within that? It could be applied, and does that application of it make sense based on what's going on around the parcel as a whole and in that general area? So I think that's maybe where some of that challenge may be in that discussion. That half-mile distance, again, isn't a guaranteed outcome. It's a starting point to say, this could be applied here. How does it fit the general context of the area? And that's where staff looked at it and said that we're not quite to that level of intensity here yet. And the CC district just seemed to be the better fit from our perspective on it.
All right, Mr. Phipps?
Yeah, the newest station stop that we're about to add on the South End line, what stop is that? Where is that stop located?
That's further up around the Rampart Street, Hawkins Street area.
Is that, so what classification would that be? Would that be in CC or UC or what?
Well, the station won't have any direct impact on us rezoning any properties, but we have seen a lot of the districts along Tryon Street and Donovan Street, Distribution Street, taking advantage of the addition of that station on Rampart and upzoning. Again, that's a much closer in station area to Uptown as described in the TOD ordinance. So we have seen that addition of the Rampart station change some of that area along Tryon. But it doesn't change. It doesn't have staff go in and make that change. That changes happen based on market-driven things and applications for rezonings in that corridor.
Thank you.
All right. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll move.
And a second? All right. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari? Mr.
Yes.
Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston? Do I have a motion to adjourn? We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Yes. Thank you very much. Good night, everyone. We got through. And, yeah.